Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a Sunday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We'll have scratches and changes in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise and join us as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. And once again, a pleasant good morning to you all. Welcome to day number 59 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Sunday of live racing set to go in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail down at 0 feet. Once again, as we get set for this Sunday card. Sunny skies right now. Temperatures expected to hover around 80 degrees as we get throughout most of the card today. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 has a couple of scratches. Scratch number 2, Terima Dream. Number 2, Terima Dream is out. Scratch the 2. Jockey change on the number 3, Cosmic Symphony, made the rider Jose Vargas. Jose Vargas rides the number 3, Cosmic Symphony. And scratch number 4, Pizzicato. Number 4, Pizzicato is scratched out of the first race. With those two scratches, no super high five, so the super high five carryover that's coming into today will actually be in the second race. Turning your programs to race 2, we start the early pick 4 there, along with that super high five carryover of $8,044. Scratch number 5, Slew Crown. Number 5, Slew Crown is scratched. Scratch the 5 out of today's second race. Race 3, the Crew of Augustina Purse. Scratch number 1, Fort Attitude. Number 1, Fort Attitude is scratched. Scratch the Jockey overweight on the number 3, Chasing the 1, plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 3. 2 pounds. Race number 4, we have a jockey change to be announced. Number 1, We Got This. As soon as we get that, see what I did there? We'll update you. We had a jockey change to be announced on the number 1, We Got This in today's 4th. Scratch the 13, Protest. Number 13, Protest is out. Scratch the 13. Race 5 starts the Ultimate 6. There's no changes. The Ultimate 6 jackpot up to $36,960 after yesterday's card. No changes in the 5th. Race number 6, the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Jockey overweight number 1, Louder Than Words, 1 pound over, plus 1 on 1. And number 3, Broken Hearts Bay is plus 1 pound as well. Plus 1 on numbers 1 and 3 in today's 6th race, the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Race 7 starts the late pick 4. We have a couple of jockey overweights. Number 3, Sexarito is 1 pound over, plus 1 on the number 3, Sexarito. Number 5, Athena's Wisdom is 3 pounds over, plus 3 on the number 5, Athena's Wisdom in today's 7th. Race 8 is clear. No changes in today's 8th race. No changes, race 8. Today's 9th race. Number 4, Holiday Fantasy is 1 pound. Scratch number 7, Lord Knows. Number 7, Lord Knows is scratched. Scratch the 7. Number 8, Sweeping Giants, 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 8. And scratch number 10, Gibran. Number 10, Gibran is scratched out of today's 9th race. Race 9, scratch 7 and 10. Today's 10th and final race, number 12, Anna Riley. Number 12, Anna Riley is scratched. Scratch the 12. Also scratch number 14, No Dough, No Go. Scratch 12 and draw in and will run. Number 13 will run in today's. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. First post 29 minutes away. Again, the main track fast, the turf firm as we get set for this Sunday card. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, will be coming in 10 minutes time. Ren will have analysis and selections for all 10 of today's races. But first up, the early pick 5, the opener. It's 29 minutes away. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Good morning or afternoon, right? I'm
Morning.
all discombobulated.
Morning for another
ahead.
minute and a half. Morning.
So we could say, hey, we're tired. We had an amazing 12-race marathon, fantastic festival day card, great performances all the way around. But we got to bring the energy today. We can't rest on our laurels or rest on a big day like that. We got to make this a big day.
Speak for yourself. I can go all day, all night. I'm like the Energizer bunny at this point. I'm tireless. So, yeah, yesterday was incredible. I think we just heard a moment ago that outside of, I think, this day during COVID in 2020, when a lot of tracks were shut down, this was the biggest day from a handle standpoint yesterday ever.
That's awesome.
Tampa Bay down. So
this track deserves that.
Absolutely. And looking at some Owen Almighty crushed.
Yeah.
With
the Lamb Home South Tampa Bay Derby.
Yeah, 92 buyer for Owen Almighty. I'll say with buyers, I look at buyers, but if a horse wins by a big margin and really the buyer's a little lower than maybe it should be. If the race was closer and Irad had asked a little bit more, and maybe the final time would have been a little bit quicker, then the buyer would have been a little bit higher. Still a solid number. What else do we have? Yeah, Skippy Longstocking, who
three-peated in the challenge.
I think 1 1/5 seconds quicker than did Owen Almighty. But I mean, he's a very good older horse, so he should run about a second quicker. His buyer came back 99, and I think that was a track record. And then Excel.
Oh my gosh!
The first-time starter with big-time connections, horse in a very good maiden special field in race. Was it 5 or 6? I forget.
Yes.
Won by 8 3/4, I think. 121.
With ease.
And the buyer came back 91. Another situation which the buyer probably could have been higher. That horse is a serious racehorse that I think we'll be hearing a lot more from as we move on here in 2025.
No, absolutely. Standpoint, my favorite performance yesterday was Nitrogen in the Florida Oaks.
Yeah.
DJ Stable.
It didn't look like she was going to win either.
Cassie,
right?
Oh my gosh, she's just so good. She's good enough. She knows where that wire is. She got up and over her competition, and I'm thrilled for my friends, John and Len Green, Mark Cassie, Jose Ortiz. Awesome.
Yeah, who did she run down? Was it Lush Lips, right? She ran down in that race. And I don't know, next to Lush Lips, I don't know if Lush Lips is a little bit diminutive or Nitrogen is enormous, but Nitrogen was twice the size. So once she got next to her, she started striding out late. You kind of felt at that point that she was going to win the race. Twice the size and her stride so much bigger.
And Chad Brown, I mean, he didn't win the Tampa Bay Derby, but he still had a really good day. I mean, he ended up going, I believe, 2nd and 3rd in the Tampa Bay Derby with Chancellor McPatrick, Hill Road. Also, Saffron Moon took the Hillsborough, Zulu Kingdom.
Yeah.
He got back into the winner's circle.
Yeah, I mean, his first-time starters didn't fire yesterday, but in the big races, Chad Brown excelled. Once again, we saw him right after the Tampa Bay Derby. You might think, well, he's a little disappointed he didn't win the race. He seemed to be fairly pleased with his performances. Owen Almighty, a talented racehorse, able to get loose on the lead, and he knew that kind of compromised his horse's chance a little bit, so he 2nd, 3rd.
All right, well, let's talk about today. We've got 10 race cards, and they're not letting up. They're not letting up. We went 12 races.
Let's add some more. Let's run 12.
Let's
play 2.
It's 10. Yeah, let's do it. And our competition. I'm still in front of you.
Yeah, you're doing, I would say, average to a little below average, and I've been terrible.
Yeah.
Right now. But there's.
Bottom line,
I have the numbers
right
down.
now.
Yeah, she's up about $30 on me right now. There is still time at Tampa. It only takes one.
Takes 5. This is for fillies and mares. Set at 6 furlongs on the main track. We're both on number 6 in here, I guess. Huge G. This horse
2 to 1, Ren.
Only 2 to 1. This was going 7 furlongs, and this was after mile 40 outings at the level. She had to be content to sit back off. And the 6 furlong mark, it was not bad. Perhaps cut back further from the last races. She can be right there if the other speed folds to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I say this all the time. I think the turn back in distance angle is applicable sometimes. I think it's an overused angle. I think how many times you hear analysts turn back in distance, turn back in. I mean, it's everyone's favorite angle, and there's a reason why it's popular. But I think there's spots for it, and
Absolutely.
I think that the level, the cheaper the type of race, the more that race is the more that angle is something that you can apply. These are maiden tens, so even at 6 furlongs, this could be a little bit of a sleepy. That are turning back at this distance, and Huge G is doing that. You know, the last few starts, mile 40, mile 40, mile 40, and then 7 furlongs. You know, Renna's going to be tactical. She'll be in a good spot, and hopefully she can finish other horses because she's been going. Who I liked yesterday came back and was not. Came back and finished 6th of 10 yesterday. That was a race which a horse that you liked a little bit that I didn't like. Getting sound. So I wish that horse would have run a little bit better yesterday. The Huge G was 5 lengths behind, but there are scratches in this race, and I think with the scratches, we can't be surprised that she's 2-1 on the board
Dream is scratched.
right now.
We also have Piscato, who was going to be my top pick. She is scratched as well. My second pick is the current favorite right now, 7-5 on the board. That is the number 8, Practical Veil.
Yep.
And she could prove practical. She ran second here in the first off the layoff. She bumped with a horse side out of the gate. Doesn't make a mention of that, I don't believe, in the comment line. She went, got the lead, but she couldn't hold off the winner, who drew off to a 2.5 lengths widest draw, but perhaps Camacho can.
You mentioned
Yeah, we differ on this.
the
Okay,
7. Well, she's another horse that isn't decent enough for 2, I guess. I definitely, the second half of the card, the whole card's good. The second half of the card, it's usually the case at most racetracks, right? Most tracks, the second half of the card is better than the first half of the card. I think that's probably true today at Tampa from a gambling standpoint.
I think it's all good. I went for my third pick, the number 5, Final Note. This one's in for Abraham Gardia. Showed speed off the layup, going 7 furlongs at the level back on February 2nd. She hadn't run, needed one. And then in start 2, she was drawn to the Miami Marina board this afternoon. I'm going to go 6-8-5 here.
I love the name Abraham. You don't
I
meet
do too.
anymore.
Real old school.
Anyway, it's really, really, really old school. I like it though. Yeah. We're missing here Nouveau Riche side 0 for 14. Obviously, plenty of chances. Has been fairly. We've covered everybody right now. Yeah, I like the 6 to probably sit off of the 70. I think the 78 go to the lead. I think the 6 sits in the garden spot, sitting third. That's what I'm hoping.
All right, there's your analysis for race 1 to kick off the day and the early pick 5.
Horses on to the track, post parading for today's first race, first of 10 here on a Sunday at Tampa Bay Downs. Field of 6, down to $8,000. Fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 6 furlong, last main track. Scratch 2 and 4, scratch 2 and 4. Jockey change on the number 3 Cosmic Symphony, make the rider Jose Vargas. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, super. We start that early, pick 5, that pool about to hit. Take note with the scratches, no high 5 in this first race, so the carryover will move into today's second race. Post time for the opener in 6 minutes. Two minutes time today. Race will start that early, pick 5. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's first race in the early pick 5 are just 1 minute away, 1 minute to post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's opener. Field of 6 here to kick off today's Sunday program. The day after the day. Post time favorite right now, 6-5 on the outside. Practical Veil, 7-5 on the 6 Huge G. Those two vying for favoritism here as we still have a few more moments in the wagering period. Here's Nouveau Riche coming up. Melissa Iorio for Nestor County. Cosmic Symphony, the red, yellow, and green colors. Out to gate 3. Cosmic Symphony going in. Here's final note. Samuel Marin, our leading jockey, sitting on 72 wins this year. Huge G and Anthony Rodriguez will be next. Waiting on Huge G, Little Carly. Kickoff day number 59 of the season. Gate 7, just waiting on Practical Veil. Sammy Camacho. Sammy once again enjoying a fine season here. 60 winners going into today's card. Practical Veil goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Huge G hopped at the start, came away last. Little Carly got away in good order, goes right to the front. Up from the outside, Practical Veil's flashing some speed. Going to sit half length off of Little Carly, who is the leader. It's 3.5 more lengths already back. Final note. Cosmic Symphony to that one's inside. Huge G is out of last. Nouveau Riche is now the trailer. And it's Little Carly. And Sarah has to lead him 3/4 of a length. And look how much smaller she is than Practical Veil. Little Carly, little indeed, but goes to the far turn 3/4 in front of Practical Veil in second. They're 2.5 clear. A final note. Huge G tries to rally up on the outside. Now takes over 4th. Cosmic Symphony back a spot in 5th. It's 5 more to Nouveau Riche. Little Carly continues on. 22-1 the opening quarter mile. 5/16 of a mile ago. Little Carly's got a length and 3/4 lead. Practical Veil pushed along to try to come after this long-time leader. They're 2.5 in front. A final note. Huge G going up and down after the bad beginning. Nouveau Riche trying to launch from the back. Little Carly into the stretch. It's Little Carly out there by 2 to Practical Veil. Final note toward the inside. Huge G down the far outside. Little Carly has to make another furlong. It's Little Carly to the 16th pole. The lead's 2.5 now. Trying to move through inside of Practical Veil. Little Carly now a 2-length lead. Final note getting closer. Little Carly wire. Little Carly. Final note. One final try. Little Carly got there. Second, third went to Practical Veil. 4th, Huge G. 7586. 7586, the unofficial order. Final time 112.57 seconds. Results are official. $8.20 on the win for Little Carly. Little Carly, a 4-year-old bay filly by Bakura out of Musical Touch, was bred right here in beautiful Florida. Francis Hopewell's the winning. Donna Cutt, the winning trainer, and Sarah Hess on board for the winning ride. Little Carly, gate to wire fashion winner of today's first. $7.5 exact to $25.60. The trifecta $35.45. The dime super $8.98. Today's second race is coming up in 23 minutes. Race number 2 starts the early pick 4. It's at 1 mile and 40 yards on this fast main track. Scratch number 5, Slew Crown. Number 5 is scratched. We have a super high 5 carryover of $8,044. It starts up there, comes into the second race. Post time is coming up in 23 minutes. Fans, we do have that rider change to be announced in the 4th race. Turning your programs to race 4. Number 1, We Got This. Make the rider Jose Vargas. Jose Vargas will ride number 1, We Got This. There will be no change to weight. Jose Vargas, 10-pound apprentice on the number 1, We Got This in race 4. Race 2 up next in 23 minutes.
our pick missed the break. Jumped.
Yeah.
I mean,
huge
at
G
that level, you can't do that.
Huge G at a huge hop. No, at high levels, it's tough to recover from that. But in a maiden 10, you can't hop out of the start like that, be dead last, and recover. But you know, congratulations
Little
to
Carly.
Little Carly. Got the lead, gate to wire. Doesn't matter what level it is. If your father is Bucaro, you're fast, right?
Oh my gosh, that's right. And I always say, I'm going to kick myself now because that's one of the things I say a lot. People can vouch for me who listen. I always say Bucaro babies love this track. They love a lot of tracks.
Yeah, they're very good first outsider.
This surface in particular, though, I just feel like they relish it. But yeah, we'll move things on here to now race 2. It's going to kick off our early pick 4. It's a main for 3-year-old filly, 7 mile 40 yards on the main track. And my top, she is currently sitting at 5-2. I don't think that's because of me. I don't.
Who is it?
Lizzie Baby, the number 2.
Okay.
I think people must just be seeing what I saw, and she's in here. Back in the summer at Presque Isle. It was a maiden special weight there, going 5 on the synthetic. She was the post time favorite, and she showed a little something before folding out of contention. She finished 12 1/4 length winner, and that winner was Icona Mamba, who next ran second in an off-the-turf edition of the Bolton Landing, got beat just 3/4 of a length in third in the Grade 3 Pocahontas, which was won by La Cara, who then won our Suncoast Stakes. Icona Mama, she went on to win the Shamrock Rose by 9.5 lengths and was most recently third in the Wine Country Stakes. Fourth place runner Hazard Pay was the next out winner. Later came here to Tampa, ran 6th in her first try on the main track, but that was an optional 32 starter 25. But anyway, I think this girl is going to appreciate the class relief, dirt, and more around being a daughter of Country House, and she's also getting first-time LASIK. So she is my top pick. Where did you go?
Yeah, the Dam was a 4-time winner on the main track, so I agree with you for what you said. The class drop and the surface switch should help, and by Country House, a mile 40 you would think would be better for her than 5 furlongs. I ended up with a 4 winning shot. So the 4 and the 5 come out of the same race. The 5 was a late scratch here. So the 5 was a late scratch. That's part of the reason why the odds are going south on some other. Blue Crown was going to be probably your second choice in this race, 7-2 morning line. But winning shot, again, and her were coming out of the same race February 12th. I thought for the level, that maiden 16 race here a month ago was fast. I mean, you look at the winning buyer of that race compared to other winning buyers in races that the rest of the field's coming out of, and it's usually in the 40s. Winning shots coming out of a race in which the winner earned a 61. It was a faster race. The runner-up came back to win easily at the level in a maiden 16. I think the buyer came back 55. You watch the start of that race. Winning shot, actually, she showed some speed early on. I mean, maybe a 1/4 mile in, she was 4 3/4 lengths back, but she was right on the lead. So I think she has some speed. And now you stretch out to a mile 40. You're third off a half-year layoff. You showed speed sprinting. You're coming out of a fairly quick race for the level. Now you stretch out those 2 sprints as foundation. You're by game winner. I wouldn't think that 2 turns should be a problem. You come back with a solid enough half-mile drill since the last start. And
not only by game winner, she's out of game winner, Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner. She's out of She Be Wild, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. It was
right.
when it was on the synthetic, but still.
I think 7-1 is a really good price on her right now. I was expecting her to be 5-1 with the 5 in the race, and so with the 5 out of the race, 7-1. I think for me personally, it's a gift. She stopped short the 6. I put her in second. She's a little bit of a plotter. I think she's a better underneath horse, second or third. She's had plenty of opportunities, 3 at this maiden 16 level after being better in the first 5 starts of her career, beating a neck at 7-2, and then she's been kind of an okay as the favorite in her last 2. Non-competitive in terms of if you bet her, and many of you did, because she was a 2-1 favorite, 2 starts back. She was a 9-5 favorite February 5th. You never felt at any point like she had any chance of winning those races. In one race she finished 4th, the other she finished 3rd. I put her in second with the blinkers on, and then I put your Lizzie Baby in 3rd for the reasons that you mentioned. But I do like winning shot a little bit at that price. I think the price will come down a little bit over the next few minutes, but I feel confident that if she does win the race, she's going to pay at least $12, $13.
Currently at 5-1 on the board off that 8-1 morning line. I went with the number 8 as my second pick. As I already said, winning shot's my 3rd pick. Thunder Princess is in for Rigatieri. She's getting a weight allowance with Gonzalez aboard. She's been on the dirt 3 times in her career, both times when they those races were at sprint distances. And one of last out, when she had a bad start, she had to work out round loss. The winner was, you mentioned, ran the red. And, you know, the other dirt start here at Tampa, that was when a main 16 came off the turf. It was run over good going. She made a run from off a slow pace to finish second, beating 3. The only other dirt outing was against males in a main 30 at Aqueduct, going 6, so she was overmatched there. So I'm thinking, still at the main 16 level, weight allowance, getting to go long, which is what that pedigree wants, she can get a piece of it. So
hey, I mean, I think the best start of her career was the only time she's routed on dirt.
yeah.
So I think that was the best start of her career, so I can see it.
All right, so reiterate your top 3.
4, 6, 2.
I'm going 2, 4 in race 2, which again kicks off the late or the early pick 4.
Attention race fans, we have a jockey change being announced for the first time in today's 9th race. Turning your programs to race 9, number 2 Post Facto will now be ridden by Gabriel Maldonado. Gabriel Maldonado will ride number 2 Post Facto in today's 9th race. Waive the apprentice allowance, 118 pounds will be carried. Gabriel Maldonado on the 2 in race 9. Horses on the track post-parading for today's second race. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. An $16,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards on that fast main track. Field of 7 remain in. We have daily exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick-through wagering. We start that early pick. And we have a super high 5 carryover of $8,044. Post time for today's second, 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's second race. We'll start our early pick 4 in just 2 minutes. The horses have arrived at the starting gate. It's post time for today's second race. The early pick underway here on a Sunday. Field of 7 here at 1.40 miles. Post time favorite 6-5 on the number 6. She stopped. Here's Lizzie Baby. Here Villa Gomez to gate 2 for Kevin Rice. 7-2 right now. Here's Endless Fashion. Sarah Hess won the opener. Looking for the early double here. Is 33-1 to do so. Here's Winning Shot. Gabriel Maldonado for Tony Wilson in the happy with an orange cross. She stops short. Sunny Leone here at 6-5. So we just await Baja de Oro and Thunder Princess will be all set for a start. Today's second, the early pick 4 on a Sunday. Thunder outside draw. And she goes in. And the race is on. Lizzie Baby broke best, goes out for the early advantage. Endless Fashion going to try to go with that one. And now here's Winning Shot coming from out of the pack. And those three line up in the air going as they sprint to that first turn. She's behind them trying to work over Thunder Princess as they race about 6 lengths tip to tail. Trading punches as they go on to the back stretch. They're 2 lengths in front of She Stops Short, who moves up alongside a Winning Shot after that 24-second opening quarter mile. It's Endless Fashion, Lizzie Baby, and She Stops Short coming up to join them on the outside from third. Winning Shot fourth, just a length and a half separate those first 4. It's a length and a half after that back to Thunder Princess, who's shading Anna Jean. They're 5th and 6th, only 3 on the top. And it's 3 more back to Baja de Oro, who's 6 lengths adrift. 3.5 furlongs remain in their journey. 48 seconds was the opening half-mile time. Lizzie Baby, She Stops Short out wide. Those 2-1-2, Endless Fashion right between them. A length and a half more. Back to Anna Jean, who's 4th on the inside. Thunder Princess starting to make some inroads. Out 4 wide, though, in the cap. It's 2 more back to Winning Shot, who starts to drop back. Trails. Lizzie Baby is still just in front. It's Lizzie Baby. Room for Anna Jean, who's trying to get through down toward the inside. Is going to need a seam. Meanwhile, Thunder Princess is starting to move up brilliantly on the outside as they come to the top of the lane. Lizzie Baby cuts the corner. Anna Jean swings out to the 2-path. Thunder Princess down the far outside. Lizzie Baby arrives at the 8th pole. Still has a length and a half lead. Anna Jean is now a clear second, but Lizzie Baby is opening up. It's Lizzie Baby by 3 past the 16th pole. Anna Jean on the extreme outside is second. Lizzie Baby at 3-1. Gives Huber Villa Gomez the win. Won it by 2.5. Anna Jean was second, third. Thunder Princess, 4th Winning Shot. Lizzie Baby, a 3-year-old bay filly by Country in Kentucky. Rice Racing, the winning owners. Kevin Rice, the winning trainer. Huber Villa Gomez aboard for the winning ride. Lizzie Baby, 3-1 winner. 143.08 the final time. A 20 on the win ticket, the exact $50.25. The dime super, 42.37. Daily double, $29.50. That high five, $3,622. Race 3 23 minutes at 1:18 p.m. It's the crew of Augustina Purse. Mile and 40 yards of distance. Scratch the 1 Ford Attitude. Number 1 is scratched. Number 3 is +1. Number 9 is +2. Post time for today's third in 23 minutes.
we go. You know.
Who goes?
Oh, I do. You know.
Where are you going?
The number 2.
Oh, the last race. Oh.
With the winner. The winner of
Lizzie Baby.
Yes, Lizzie Baby of race 2.
Ubervia.
Yeah, combination, pedigree play, and the form line.
And yeah, nice call. Got the lead and easy win too. Really, I mean, got a little tired late, but if you were in Ren's camp there, it was wrapped up at the 8th pole.
I know. I was a little sad, obviously, that she was bet down. But hey, we'll take it 3-1, and we move on now to race 3. This is an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. We're both on the same horse here, so you can't get ahead of me.
A lot of people are on the same horse.
I know.
I mean, a lot of people are on our. I mean, Fenwick opened up at 9 to 5. The 9, that's who we like.
6 to 1 morning line.
That's who many of you like. The price went up a little bit.
We saw Hector Diaz up there.
We
Hector,
did.
get it done, Diaz.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. He's a lovely guy. He's
I
a
love him.
very nice guy. Very good rider. And,
Likes all his mounts today.
Yeah, I mean, he has 4, and they all look live on paper. He might have the favorite on 2 or 3 of his 4 mounts. But yeah, Fenwick is coming out of better races. I mean, this is a horse that once upon a time, back in, March 1st of 2022. So we're talking 3 years ago. This horse broke his maiden so impressively. And I think it was on Sam F. Davis undercard, if I recall.
Yeah.
And he won by a mile, a big-time figure. And he actually ran the Bluegrass. I bet him in the Bluegrass at Keeneland in his next race. He didn't run very well, but just to give you an idea of what he was thought of back then, obviously, he hasn't lived up to maybe early expectations, but he still has speed. He's coming out of better races. He comes out of a pretty quick race. A lot of times these races that are scheduled for turf that come off, it's misleading. You think, oh, it's a 25-3L, top in class. And that's really not, because the levels aren't the same with grass and dirt. But he comes out of a really quick race, I thought, in which Max's Map, who was won that race with a 75 buyer. So, and Fenwick comes back, and I'm a big proponent and fan of horses that come back quickly.
Yeah.
And Fenwick ran, what's today? What's today? Today is the
9th.
The 9th. So he ran Wednesday.
Are you talking about the 7 furlong? Oh.
He ran
just
Wednesday,
recently.
Fenwick.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's back in 4 days. I love that. And usually it's high percentage barns that do it. And I look at Ronaldo Yanez, and 22% that you would construe that as high percentage. So we're both on the 9 real quickly. I think Chase to 1. I think even you agree with me on this. I put the horse second. This horse has some speed, stretches out from a 7 furlong race, comes out of a race that was fairly quick, where the winner won from right off the pace with a perfect trip. Another race where the figure was decent. This horse is going to be the lead. The reason I ended up with Fenwick 3 was very close for me. And now with the odds being so different, I could have been ship and easily go to the 3. Chasing the 1 is I do think he's probably a grass horse than dirt horse. The main track concerns me enough with the 3 horse that I put Fenwick on top.
Yeah, I will say, going back to Fenwick, when he was running in that 8-claimer, because you would think, oh, he's already had some class before he's going the 7 furlongs, he got creamed out of the gate that day. So I thought that was worth mentioning. Also, of note, where he because he finished 3.5. Northview was just a. Emiliano ran here yesterday, won the opener. So that's another point that
right, the 9 horse, right,
yes,
in the opener.
Yes. Now, as far as my second pick, I went with the number 2. That's Admiral's Wave in here for Juan Avila. He easily won an 8N2L here on the drop-in from 16N2L on the grass. That was on the 15th of February over Braggadocious, who then scored at this level, earning a 64 buy. Already back in today. That 15 start was Admiral's Wave, first on dirt since March of 2024. That's when he ran 10th to now stablemate Silver Slugger. That was in an off the layoff 25 N2L going 7 furlongs. I think this is a really competitive racehorse. He's in very good form. I think he could continue to roll. And I used as my third pick the number 8, Estelio Magico.
Who's favored right
trainer Juan Arriagada. Now this one, he's been game all this meet. That's so for good reason, right? Being favored. 4 in the money finishes and 5 starts over the course. Only off the board. That was to indulge. Had the lead and stretch, couldn't hold off Ever Do It there in the end, who drew off to a 2 3/4 length score, but he was dropping in Ever Do It from running against optional 16. So yeah, I think this guy deserves a ton of respect. You got Marin staying aboard. So where did you go for your third pick?
Well, I mean, he can win for really consistent. He has some speed, and the connections are high percentage. I just can't live with a horse that's lost 12 in a row. that's been 5-1 or less in all 12 of those starts. It's just he's had so many chances, and 9 of those 12 defeats have been at this 3L condition. You can't, live with him at 2-1. Even
it would
though
also be hard to live with a horse inside. I mean, there's
that's
obvious problems there with.
Now that we're in Lexington, we have our place is more spacious. It might be able to work out. I'm surprised Admiral's waived the 2. I put him in 3rd. I'm surprised he is 4-1 right now because I love it when you see a horse. If you see a horse run much better than they have in their prior race, and there's no reason, like it's the same distance, they didn't make an equipment change. It's kind of confusing. But when you see it like a surface change, and all of a sudden the horse runs better, and that was the case with Admiral's Wave. He hadn't been on dirt in a long time, and he wakes up. And I know it's not people. Career, you're an 0 for 15 made, and then you win a light bulb angle, you get some confidence, and maybe you win your 2L condition, whatever your next start is. But I think you can apply it to horses who had one lifetime win. I mean, Admiral's Wave had lost 20 in a row. 20 in a row.
It's crazy when you put
row, and most of those races synthetic, and then you go to the main track and you win at 7-2. So now you have a little bit of confidence to go with the fact that you've already shown a little bit of ability. I mean, he's won $94,000 despite just 2 victories. So I think his price might come down late 3rd. As I mentioned, Chase to 1 in 2nd, but we're both in the same horse, Fenwick. And I think the key to Fenwick, if he shows some speed early, I don't know if he necessarily needs the lead because the 3 is quick. But I think that if he's sluggish early and he's 4th or 5th, I don't think he's going to rally. I think he needs to be aggressive early on. I think Diaz needs to have him 1st, 2nd, early part of this race. If he's in that spot, I like his chances. If he's a little bit further back early on, I don't think he's a horse that's going to win from off the pace. I don't think he'll make any noise that way.
So we want to be aggressive.
I think we want to be aggressive.
Aggressive.
With Fenwick, sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, your top 3, just you don't have to go names, just the numbers.
9-3-2.
All right. I'm 9-8-2 here in race 3, which. Oh, wait, no, we don't. We have a 10 race car. Usually this would kick off and pick 4, but we'll do that in race 4. We'll check you back then.
Attention race fans, we have a change in today's 5th race. Turning your programs to race 5. Number 8, Gray Shadow, should be listed as a gelding. Number 8, Gray Shadow, should be listed as a gelding in your program for today's 5th race. 3 is +1. Number 9 is +2 pounds. Race 3 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We also have a super high 5. Post time for the third in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's third race, the Crew of Augustina Purse, in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's third race, the Crew of Augustina Purse, is coming up in just 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Field of 8 here at the mile and 40-yard distance. This race named after our featured group for the third race, the Crew of Augustina. Post time favorite right now, 5-2 on numbers 2 and 8. Co-favorites, one of those two, Admiral's Wave moving forward. Cipriano Gil for Juan Carlos Avila. Here's Kalimba moving up. Chasing the 1, Braggadocious, they'll be the next pair. Here's Estilo Magico. Indulge to gate 4. Jose Batista right now 9-1. Just a point up from that 8-1 morning line. Street Vendor and Fenwick going to be the final two. Just about ready to kick off today's third race. Fenwick and Hector Diaz Jr. to the outside draw. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Street Vendor hopped at the start, came away last. Kalimba shoots out for the early advantage. A wall of horses in behind, chasing the 1, trying to move up toward that one's inside. Now Fenwick from the far outside. Estilo Magico just in between them is running along 4th as Admiral's Waves toward the inside. It's a length and a half more to Braggadocious the Gray, who came away running in 6th. Indulge in the blue colors is back 7th, about 8 or 9 off the lead. It's another 3 or 4 back to the slow-starting Street Vendor, who spots the leaders 12 as they roll on to the back stretch. Fenwick up on the outside of Chasing the 1. 23-1 the opening quarter mile. It's Fenwick, a nose in front of Chasing the 1. These two going at it up top. They've gone 3 lengths clear of Kalimba, who's back in 3rd. It's another length back to Admiral's Wave and Estilo Magico. 2 of the favorites right together. They're 4th and 5th and starting to inch forward on these leaders up top. It's another 2.5 back to Braggadocious. Sammy Camacho has that one 6 or 7 adrift. 3 after that to Indulge, and Street Vendor still at the back. 46-2. It's been a hard-working opening half mile here for Fenwick and Chasing the 1. Those two continue locked in battle. Up on the outside, Estilo Magico puts ahead into 3rd. Braggadocious starting to launch. Here's the gray Braggadocious 5th, now challenging for 4th and coming after these leaders with a big sweeping move on the outside. Chasing the 1. Fenwick drops right out of it. Braggadocious on the extreme outside. Estilo Magico trying to go with Braggadocious. Meanwhile, Indulge is also starting to close in on the far outside. Braggadocious gets into touch, but grabs the lead. Indulge continues to make steady progress down the center of the course. Estilo Magico chasing the 1. They're back 3rd and 4th. A final 16th to go. Here comes Indulge way on the outside coming after Braggadocious. Indulge grabs the lead late. Braggadocious tries to battle on. Indulge and Braggadocious. Indulge won it. Braggadocious was 2nd. 3rd ended up very close between Admiral's Wave and Estilo Magico, then Chasing the 1 5th. Four, 7, and a photo. Indulge a 12-1 winner. Second to the 7, Braggadocious. Photo for 3rd. Please hold all tickets. Final time there, 140.84 seconds. 4-7-2-8 now posted. We do have a jockey's claim of foul. The rider of the number 8, Estilo Magico, alleging interference against the rider of the number 7, Braggadocious, at the quarter pole near the top of the stretch. Again, 8 against 7. It does not affect the unofficial winner. The claim of foul against the second place finisher, number 7, Braggadocious, claim of foul made by the number 8, Estilo Magico. 8 against 7. Again, it does not affect the unofficial winner. It does affect the second and fourth place finishers. Please hold all tickets. We will have Stewart's review video coming up on your television monitor shortly of the objection. There's that 4 square box. Again, it's 8 against 7 rather at the top of the stretch. Into the winner's circle goes Indulge, 7-year-old bay gelding by Cantharos out of Tropic of Aquarius. Bred in Kentucky, is owned by Vols Thoroughbreds. Michael Simone, the winning trainer. Jose Batista aboard for the winning ride. As Indulge, 12-1 winner of today's third. Again, a reminder, we do have a jockey's objection, 8 against 7 at the top of the home stretch. Stewards reviewing the videotape. Again, 8 against 7. Number 8 alleging interference at the top of the lane. Stewards have ruled there be no change to the order of finish. Results will stand as is. 4-7-2-8-3 will go official shortly. No change to the order of finish. Do want to welcome into the winner's circle our featured group for this third race, Crew of Augustina. Warm welcome to them as they join us here at Tampa Bay Downs today. $26 on a win ticket for Indulge. The 4-7 exact is $60.30. Trifecta $127.30. Dime Super $67.18. The Daily Double $64.30. Pick 3 $135.90. And the High Five $1,877.80. Today's fourth race is 24 minutes out at 1:53 p.m. Scratch the also eligible runner. Number 13 is scratched. A jockey change on the number 1 We Got This. Make the rider Jose Vargas. Jose Vargas rides the 1. Field of 12 at a mile and a 16. Post time is coming up next in 24 minutes.
All right. I mean, what happened in that race with Fenwick? That was our top pick. 46 and change at this level, maybe a little cooked with that
Yeah,
speed
the
duel.
3 and the 9 went fast, and hey, I mean, good pick. Those of you who had
Yes.
the winner at 12 to 1.
Indulge.
It is one of those horses that I kind of red board and go back. Oh, I really liked him. I didn't, but you go, as a handicapper, when you pick a winner, you don't need to go back, right? But when
Right.
you pick when your horse stinks and you didn't like the winner, you go back and look, and the horse did stretch out and run second in his last start at 22 to 1. He was neglected again. He was an overlay and
Pays $26 to win.
and a nice ride by Batista from off the pace over a track that appears to be kind of fair right now. This fourth race, I mean, you have a 7-2 favorite right now in Eternal Glory.
Well, wait, let's say the condition. We
Okay.
got race 4. It's going to kick off our middle pick 4. We got
Right.
a main 10 here for 3-year-olds and up, set at a mile and 16th on the main track.
Vargas on the 1, rider change there. This is a race I think that screams price, and maybe I've been known to get desperate when I'm down, and maybe that's happening here as you're winning our contest. But I don't think I'm forcing it too. I like a big shot price in here.
All right.
The horse is 30-something to 1 right now. I'm going to go with our friend Vernon Bush.
I love Vernon.
In the 11 Lao Way.
Yeah.
So you look at the 11. These are maiden 10s, as Ren mentioned. First 2 starts, New York bred races, Belmont at Aqueduct, or whatever the hell they call it, and then Aqueduct. State bred maiden special, state bred maiden 30. Showed a hint of speed at a mile at Aqueduct January 12th. Then came to Tampa. It ran at a maiden 16. We talked about this race on Friday. That was a very fast maiden 16, won by Vagano, the Zito horse, who was heavily favored. Beyer was 71. We both liked Rusty Pistol, who was third in that race, who came back and ran okay on the class drop Friday, was fourth, beaten 2 lengths on Friday on the class drop. But I like that race. The horse has some speed. Now you drop out of a race that was a fast maiden 16, and you face a maiden 10 group that is, there's nobody, as you'd expect, to be frightened of. And you stretch out in distance. So I think Vernon Bush is going to gun with a horse on the class drop. If I can find a horse that's dropping in class, can have some live races, has speed in a wide open race, and they're 31 to 1, I'll give it a shot. And what's the price right now? 30 to 1 on the 11. That's my top pick.
Okay, well, my top pick is actually a price off the morning line, and I'm happy about that. I am talking about the number 9. That is November. Was 3 to 1 on the line, currently sitting at 5 to 1 on the board. This horse is in for Rory Barron, who's dropping him in for 10 after a solid enough 4th place finish, being just 3 in a May 25. That was on the 1st. He started from the rail, worked out a trip to get off the inside, and then he closed. That was November's first start on dirt since running 4th in a maiden 16 at a mile 40, which had come off the turf. That was last spring. And the only other dirt start was the debut, which was another race which was meant for the grass that had come off. I think dropped in for 10 after a big performance like we saw last out. He could score with Sammy Marin staying aboard.
Yeah. I mean, this is a race you can make a case against everyone in this field, and you can make a case for a good majority of this field. I put the 4 Eternal Glory in second, who I think is favored right now. Survey says 4 to 1
so
favored.
Lukewarm favorite.
The horse has a little bit of speed. For the most part, is faced, I think, a little bit better. Dropped back in for 10 in his last start, and the comment bump break tight 7/8 pull. My meticulous notes say, yep, rank a bit down the backside and hard to handle for Montanez.
Too hard to handle.
So so the horse did not have a very good trip in that race and still managed to run 3rd. So the 4 and the 8 are both coming out of that race. The 8 finished in front of the 4, but the 4 definitely had the worst of the trips out of the 2.
Well, yes, the 8 Iconic Rock, that's my second pick. Run second and at the level the last 2 starts. You mentioned one of them. This horse tries, drafted right off the pace in the last 3 he's had. But again, he's competitive. The off-the-board finishes here this meet were the first start back on dirt in a long time on November 29th. They then tried 1 turn, then 6.5, then the track was sloppy. But yeah, these last 2 outings on a fast track, and having that main track fitness in, I think they've been solid performances, so I'm using him again as the second pick. My third pick is the number 7. That's Frankie R., who you've not mentioned, I don't believe. 15 to 1 morning line.
Would have been my
currently-
fourth pick. Would have
Okay,
been my fourth
currently
pick.
12 to 1. We can't go that far in.
No,
Can
I
we?
know.
Four
No,
picks? I
no.
mean, come on.
Three's pushing it, in my opinion.
Let's have an opinion, right? But Frankie Arietta, this horse is making a second off the layoff for Ferraro. Dueled on the front in the first start here, an awful layoff. Tired going the 7 furlongs. Frankie also broke right out of the gate. Bumped with another horse out of there. I think he could improve. Second off the bench, stretched back out in distance. I know he didn't do much when he got class relief at the Finger Lakes, but in one of those starts, he had the far outside post, and there was just so much ground loss. And then in the next, the track was sloppy sealed. He was eased. So we'll see what he does here. But before I go over again my numbers for my official top 3, yours are, unless you had any further comments.
No. 11, 4, 8. Last check before we probably 23 to 1. So Lao Wei getting bet a little bit now, but yeah, I mean, if he wins, this should be a $50 winner if he wins. I think this is a horse that needs the lead. I think Vernon Bush needs to get the lead. If he gets the lead and gets tired, so be it. But I want to be in front with this horse.
All right. Well, you heard Matt's selections. Mine, again, are 9, 8, 7 here in race 4, which, again, kicks off the next pick 4.
The horse is onto the track. Post-breeding for today's fourth race. We start a pick four here. A $10,000 and $8,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Full field of 12. Scratch the 13. The also eligible runner is out. Jockey change on the number 1. We got this. Make the rider Jose Vargas. Race 4 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start that middle pick 4, and we have a super high 5. Post time in 7 minutes. Fans, do take note. Number 1, we got this. Came out of the paddock without blinkers. The blinkers will be added at the starting gates. The horse does wear blinkers. They'll be added at the starting gate. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, the pick 4 in 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth race, start of the middle pick 4. Here's We Got This moving forward. First of 12 to enter the gate for this fourth race. 5-2 favorite, number 9, Snowvember. 7-2 on the 2, Right on Target. Here's Iconic Rock moving up, right now 4-1. My Right Hand, Furley Infante at 64-1 to gate 3. Determined Freedom coming up. Frankie R is fractious in the gate. Eternal Glory will be next once My Right Hand goes in. Lao Wei has moved forward. Just waiting on Beevol, Starship Augusto, and Kenrick will be all set for a start. Today's fourth race. Don't forget with the 10 race card today, the Ultimate 6 starts next in race 5. Beevol coming up. Starship Augusto, Melissa Iorio, and Kenrick Anthony Rodriguez going to be the final pair. Here's Starship Augusto, 9-1 right now. Kenrick Anthony Rodriguez to the outside draw. Goes in. And the race is on. Starship Augusto broke sharply. And in between horses, Eternal Glory is close up, and Iconic Rock also wants part of the mix. It's Eternal Glory and Iconic Rock. They're 1-2. Starship Augusto moving through to join them is now 3 across the track, working into that first turn. We Got This down toward the inside is after that. Then it comes Right on Target in the red colors, who's out in 5th. Right alongside that one, My Right Hand. Lauway starts to advance on the outside, is now 7th. Then comes Determined Freedom in 8th in the orange and white checks. It's another length back to Frankie R in 9th. Length and a half after that to Kenrick. November's back second last. The trailer is Beevol. 23-2 the opening quarter mile is Eternal Glory and Sarah Hess now 3/4 of a length in front of We Got This in the second spot. Starship Augusto racing along third, the gray on the outside in the clear. Now coming up to challenge for second. Then comes Right on Target Iconic Rock. They're 4th and 5th, about 3.5, 4 off the top. Lauway starts to make a little progress, is 6th in the all gray house colors as My Right Hand starts to back up down toward the inside, being passed by Frankie R. Determined Freedom. Kenrick trying to lift from the back is up to 9th. Still has a ways to come to get to Eternal Glory though. Eternal Glory through an opening half in 47-3. Eternal Glory on that far turn, the lead's 2.5. Now 3. Starship Augusto coming through on the inside, Right on Target. Iconic Rock chasing from 4th. It's then a big gap back to Determined Freedom. Eternal Glory trying to lead him all the way here. Eternal Glory to the top of the lane, leads down to 2 though. Right on Target is getting closer along with Iconic Rock. They've separated from the field. It's 5 more back to the rest. Beevol starting to put in a bit of a bid from the back, but it's still Eternal Glory at the 8th pole. Right on Target goes down to the fence, 2 lengths behind. It's about 5 more to Iconic Rock. Eternal Glory at the 16th pole. That lead still just over a length. Right on Target trying to make up the ground in the final 100 yards. Eternal Glory right on Target. Eternal Glory going to go on to win it. Give Sarah Hess another riding double. Right on Target was second. Third ended up close there between Beevol and Iconic Rock. Four, 2 in a photo. 147.10 the final time. Four, 2, 8, 5, 7 now posted. Results are official. 560 on the win for Eternal Glory. Eternal Glory is a 5-year-old big gelding by Candy Ride out of Saudi Princess. Was bred in New York. Henry Nahal and William Ritz III are the winning owners. Gary Contessa, the winning trainer. It's a riding double for jockey Sarah Hess as Eternal Glory victorious here in the 4th. Prices on the board. Pick 3, $133.85. The high 5 hit for $1,571. Daily double, a pair 4, $67.80. Exacta $15.70. The trifecta $25.50. Today's 5th race is up next in 24 minutes. We start the Ultimate 6 in race 5. It's a maiden claiming event. For 3-year-olds, they'll be at a mile on turf. On turf for the first time today. The turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 8, Gray Shadow, is a gelding. Number 8 is a gelding. Post time for the 5th in 24 minutes.
All right, the Hess Express gets it done. Gate to
Nice.
wire on Eternal Glory.
Yeah, got looked like it was in a vulnerable spot, and then she got him to switch leads.
Yeah.
Late in that race, and then he kind of took off again, kind of down the center of the racetrack to go on and score. He went off as the favorite. He was the horse to beat.
If you can hear me,
in the race.
congratulations, Mr. Contessa. I don't know if you can hear me, but
Yeah, well, Gary Contessa and Sarah Hess and all the connections. Well done.
Sarah won the opener.
Here, you take the ball. I'm looking at the wheel pace for the pick 5. They're probably better than you'd think because we had that one
Yeah.
big price, right?
Yeah.
What 12 to 1 shot, something like that.
Okay, so you look at that. I'll
look
talk
at that.
about the conditions here. So race 5 is going to kick off today's Ultimate 6. And this is in main 16 for 3-year-olds set at a mile on the turf. I'm going to go with the number 4 here. That's Loyal Clement. Interesting to me, Osvaldo Ocasio is moving this boy to the turf, stretching out after a second place finish in a main 16 here that was going just 6 furlongs on debut. He had the rail that day, was well beaten. Again, just the debut. The move to turf to me is interesting because, they had originally debuted his sire, Tom Sita, on the turf, which made sense. Tom Sita's own mom, Julia Tuttle, by Giants Causeway, was accomplished on grass. She won stakes race and was also third in the Grade 3 Virginia Oaks. From the family of Candy Ride, super versatile, of course. Tom Sita did end up being a dirt horse himself, but this colt's mom is also by Sensational, who was a multiple Grade 1 winner on synthetic. So maybe this boy's got some surface
He was
flexibility.
crazy fast, Sensational.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Baffert.
And so you've got this mix of stamina and speed, so I hope it can serve well here on the grass. And it is hard to ignore the other Clement. I'm talking about the trainer, Christophe Clement this time. He's got the number 2, Red Sky Morning, your current favorite, first-time starter in here for the barn. Obviously, we don't usually see horses debut for them at this modest a level, especially when he's got lots to like regarding the pedigrees by Summerfront. He's out of Celtic Sunrise by Freud. Christophe Clement trained her. She was third on debut against New York bred main special weights and then won in start 2 a year later, but put up a 71 buyer figure. And then this boy's half-sister, Morning Colors, first out winner right here at Tampa. Took a main special weight going a mile on the grass. And then there's another half-sibling, Ortis, also trained by Christophe Clement, fourth on debut in a Gulfstream Park main special weight, and then won a New York bred one at Belmont by 2. So again, the choice to unveil at 16, not overly encouraging, but hey, it does not mean he's not well intended.
This race is hard. And speaking of the will pays, so you've had 3 to 1, 3 to 1, 12 to 1, 9 to 5. So only one horse that paid more than 3 to 1.
Okay.
And these will pays are terrific, and it just shows you, favorites, even though there are 3 to 1 shots, only one favorite is one. That's part of it. You had the one pretty big upset, and then you have big fields. If you're correct, what number is your horse again?
My top
the 4?
pick is the 4. Laura Clement, currently 6 to 1 off
Just
the
a little less than 8,000.
Nice.
The pick 5 of the 4 wins. They're all unbelievable except for the 3 is 739 and the 10 is 723. So those horses are heavily. Oh no, those horses are 4 to 5s. Wow. Okay, I'm not used to seeing 4 to 5s when you have a couple $8 horses. Yeah, because those are bombs. So
Yes.
wow, 4 or
Little
5.
Patito is currently 20 to 1.
Wow. So the worst payoff, true payoff, not the consolation, is the 8 at $4,700.
Gray
So
Shadow.
yeah, that's amazing. Really, that horse is the favorite in the pick 5? Oh, the 2 is the favorite. I'm sorry, 4,000. That horse is second choice, though. That horse is getting a lot of play in the pick 5.
All right.
What's the price on the board, that horse?
10 to 1 currently
5.
off the 12 to 1.
No,
On the
5
eight- oh,
5 to
sorry,
1
I'm
right
sorry.
now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the
Gray
horse is
Shadow
getting
is
back.
5.
Is getting
then
back.
half from the 10 to 1.
All
Sorry.
right, I'm going to, again, the picks have not been good thus far. Still time, second half of the card. I like Money Love
That's my third pick.
in this race. This is my top pick in this race. This horse has never been in for a tag, so has faced, obviously, superior animals at the maiden special level, has shown speed against maiden special
He was
competition.
in against Goncora last
Lost to Goncora. It's a Chad Brown who won by 5 lengths. You look at who he's faced. 3 starts back. I know. That horse out of that win won an optional 75 on the synthetic surface at Gulfstream. Just earned a big figure. And the buyer came back 75. Made kind of a nice little move, I thought, here on the 1st of February in a race in which closers did best. He gets off the rail. I think that will help him a little bit. You go back to that maiden special race at Gulfstream on turf last August. Ford Steel, that's a good racehorse. That buyer came back strong, mid-70s. So I ended up with Money Love in a race in which I don't see much speed. I don't know what the two's running style is. Nobody does because the horse is a first-time starter. And the other horse is getting bet. Gray Shadow, the 8. I guess he'll be tactical and comes out of a sprint race. I put the 9 horse in second in this race, King Plutus. He was 73 to 1 in the second start of his career at this level. He dropped him from maiden 32, 73 second. And then I think he ran well enough in his last start to show the folks that race wasn't a complete aberration. I mean, he ran a decent enough fourth, I thought. And he also was kind of close up to a race in which the top 3 were all closers. So I put Centeno for...
You can never count him out.
Right, in second. And then while I still have the ball, I'll go with my third place effort. I went with Spartacus's Dude, the 6 horse. And I believe Jose, if he wins, it's 4,800, right? Ferrer,
yeah, that's right. He's
I
one
think.
Away from 4,800.
I think he's
You're
one away
right.
from 4,800. That's what he's been telling us. So, yeah, if I'm going to lose with the 7 horse, I hope it's Jose Ferrer with a 6, 4,800. That's not too many riders have achieved that.
No, incredible. And he's an incredible guy all way around. All right, say your top 3 again, just the numbers.
7, 9, 6.
And I am 4, 2, 7 in race 5. And
your ultimate 6 starts now.
Attention Tampa Bay Downs patrons, paging Steve Fossman to the Tampa Bay Downs General Office on the second floor, please. Steve Fossman, please report to the Tampa Bay Downs General Office on floor 2. Again, paging Steve Fossman, please head to Tampa Bay Downs main office on the second floor. The horse is stepping onto the track post spreading for today's fifth race, race 5 for 3-year-olds. They'll be at a mile on turf. The turf firm, the rail at 0 feet. We start the ultimate 6 in here, $36,960 in the jackpot carryover. Reminder, you have to be the sole winning ticket to take home the entire jackpot. It starts here in today's fifth. Field of 10 set to go the mile. Number 8, Gray Shadow, should be listed as a gelding. Number 8 is a gelding. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5, and we start the ultimate 6 in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. The horse is on the turf course and approaching the starting gate, just 2 minutes. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fifth. Race 5 on the turf course here at a mile. Favoritism to the number 2, Red Sky Morning, the first-time starter, right at that 3-1 morning line as they load in. 4-1 on numbers 4 and 6. 5-1 down at the Rail City time. Here is the aforementioned Red Sky Morning coming up. Hector Diaz Jr. for Christophe Clement. Money Love in the House Orange colors to gate 7. Right now 13-1. Here's Gray Shadow in the House Pink colors out to gate 8. Little Patito is moving forward to the third stall. Right now 47-1 price. Loyal Clement coming up. King Plutus has gone into gate 9. So we are just awaiting Secret Power and Aris Kashi will be all set for a start. Today's 5th, ultimate 6 time on this 10 race card. Aris Kashi to the outside. Aris Kashi going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Little Petito asked for speed, goes bouncing out quickly. Money Love was away in good order toward the outside with the orange colors, and those two square off right from the opening bell, and they're going quickly up top. They've opened up 2.5, 3 on Aris Kashi, who's back in third. Then comes Loyal Clement, Gray Shadow. They're together 4th and 5th. Break of 4 more already. Back to Secret Power, and Spartacus is Dude. Another length and a half after that, back to City Time. On that one's outside King Plutus. And the early trailer is the first-time starter, Red Sky Morning, about 14 lengths behind, but has pace to run into 22 seconds flat. Little Petito blazing a trail onto the back stretch, leads it by 3. Money Love elected not to go on with that early leader, sits back in second. Then comes Aris Kashi in third. To the inside, Loyal Clement, the gray, is 4th. Alongside of that one, Gray Shadow, the other gray. They're 4th and 5th, but they're closing in on Little Petito up front. It's then 4 more back to Secret Power. Spartacus is due to start to make some ground. Another 5 to King Plutus. Still 4 more back to City Time and Red Sky Morning, but they have pace to chase. 45 and 4, and Little Petito's been passed now. Money Love takes over the lead. It's Money Love going to the far turn in front by 2.5. Second is Gray Shadow. Up from the outside, Aris Kashi. Spartacus's Dude is underway. Secret Power. Little Petito backed right out of it as expected after those solid fractions. Trying to warm up from the back. City Time. Red Sky Morning going to hook to the outside. Is back in 9th. Still about 10 behind as Money Love and Gray Shadow. They come to the top of the stretch. 1-2. Gray Shadow on the outside of Money Love. 3 more back to Spartacus's Dude. Secret Power. City Time. Red Sky Morning still trying to run on, but there's a new leader up front. It's Gray Shadow. Gray Shadow with just a 16th of a mile left to go. It's Gray Shadow well in command. Spartacus is Dude from out of the pack. Red Sky Morning late. Gray Shadow wins it. Spartacus Dude was second. Third, Red Sky Morning got going late for that spot, and then came Secret Power and Money Love. 8625. 8625, the unofficial order. Results are official. 920 on the win. Into the winner's circle, Gray Shadow, a 3-year-old Greyer Roan colt or gelding rather, by Cairo Prince out of Donnie, was bred in Kentucky. Juvenal Sanchez is the winning owner. Angel Rodriguez, the winning trainer. Cipriano Gill aboard for the winning ride. As Gray Shadow, your 5th race winner. That's 7-2. Early pick 5, $4,771.40. The early pick 4, $693.90. Pick 3, $180.15. Daily double 24.30. That exact to $41.50. Trifecta 102.25. The dime super 103.17. Today's 6th race, the Manatee Overnight, is coming up next. We'll start the late pick 5 in race 6. $50,000 up for grabs in this overnight handicap. They'll be at 7 furlongs. Numbers 1 and 3 are both plus 1 pound. Post time for the 6th. Late pick 5 in 23 minutes. There were 2 claims in today's 5th race. Number 2, Red Sky Morning, was claimed. Goes to owner-trainer Mike Deeney. And number 4, Loyal Clement, was claimed. Goes to Juan Arriagada and Stephen Duraney. Juan Arriagada claims.
All right, race 6 is going to kick off today's late pick 5. It's a 50K handicap for fillies and mares 4 years old and up. They're going to be going 7 furlongs on the main track. I'm going to have to get a water bottle because I am eating chalk here.
Hey, I understand it. This, first of all, this is a really good group. I mean, this is
Very good
these
group.
are very good horses. That's why they're running for $50,000. Why is a handicap event 7 furlongs? Yeah, and you say you're eating chalk, and she deserves to be the chalk. Positano Sunset in this race. I mean, she's a 3-time winner. Doesn't sound like a lot. It's not, but she's made $438,000 because of the company lines.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I mean, she hasn't run since November. That is when she just did not fire in the Grade 3 Chaluki at Churchill. But she's had time to regroup. She runs well fresh. She won the Audubon Oaks off a similar layoff. She's been in against some really good fields. She was second to Vava, and that's just one example. That was in a Grade 3 at Churchill going 7 furlongs. Was fourth in the Grade 1 Ballerina. That was off another layoff. Went on to run second to Zeitlos in the Open Mind, and then they stretched to 8.5 furlongs, and she nearly wired an optional 100 and 3X at Keeneland. So all things considered, if she's ready, and by the looks of that last drill on the work tab, she is, then I think she gets it done here under Morales.
I think she's the horse to beat in this race. She's very good between 6 furlongs and 1 1/16. I think you could argue that even though, she's won, 3 races, I said, this might be her best distance.
Yeah.
Because she's run against some really tough competition at 7 furlongs, and she has a win in a couple of seconds. So could be her best distance. I mean, she got put away. I mean, Too Sharp is a really talented Phil Bauer filly that was 4 to 5 in the Chaluki, one of the fastest horses I've ever seen, a Baffert horse from 25 years ago. But Too Sharp won gate to wire for Bauer 4 to 5, and I think she's raced 5 times and has 3 wins in 2 seconds. So she's a real serious racehorse who won that race going away by 5 3/4. Maybe I'm getting cute here.
You are cute.
Oh,
thank you.
Thank you. It's about time.
I keep saying, I'm like, I keep touching you when we're talking, but he's my husband, so I can do that.
Fine wine.
You're not going to lodge a complaint.
Fine wine. No, I will not. Drafaros the 2.
She makes so much sense. She's
my
third pick.
I thought maybe she'd get the lead in this race, and only start at Tampa. She won the Minaret back when she was a 4-year-old in February of 2023. The race she's coming out of, she led the entire way. It was a 3-horse photo. She was third, beaten ahead. Autumn Evening, who won that race, came back and I thought ran a pretty good third in her next start in a 10-horse field at a price, odds of 10 to 1. Dazzling Blue, who only finished a nose in front of her in that 3-horse photo, came back and ran a very good second to Nick Style in the Minaret this year on the 8th of February. So, in the 8 Broken Hearts Bay, for instance, finished, 3 3/4 lengths behind Dazzling Blue. Common opponent game, Drafaros was an inch behind her when they met on the 2nd of January. She also appears, at least on paper, to be training well for a very good barn, Terry Pompey, 47-4, 101 Bullet, 48-2. A little bit of a layoff, but, I mean, she ran super in defeat off that 6.5-month layoff January 2nd. I don't think the 2+ month layoff will be a problem. I kind of like the fact she has a little bit of time off that really hard performance in the early part of the year. So I went with her on top.
But
I do think the 7's the horse to beat.
Do you know what's crazy?
What's the price on Drafaros?
10 to 1.
Drafaros
is 10 to 1.
That
right
is
now.
crazy.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, she should not be that price.
She should not be 10 to 1 at all.
Who's getting crushed then? Oh, the one. The one's the horse getting bet, who
Louder than words.
I put third.
Well,
in this race.
as I mentioned before, I did use Drafaros. I used her as my 3rd pick. I believe our good friend Luisa Tampa, who we adore, actually has Drafaros picked on top as well. So you're in good company there.
Good.
My 2nd pick is actually the number 4. She's Fire. I think this horse is really interesting. She has never raced on the main track, but she's been game on turf and synthetic, has speed but can rate. She finished just 3 3/4 lengths off the winner in the Grade 3 Pucker Up at 9 furlongs, and then set the pace from the far outside, putting in a sub-45 half before fading off the front in a 6.5 furlong race, the Presque Isle Masters, which was ultimately won by a really good racehorse in Roses for Deborah. This horse, She's Fire, is versatile in style, and as for surface, her daddy was flexible. She actually has a 6th place finish in that Valentine's Day. Optional 100 going 8.5, which was won by Damaso. You had Dream Concert second. It was just her first start back since October. So let's see how she does here. Second off the bench. First on dirt for Kevin Rice and Israel Rodriguez.
Well, the other thing you have to like about it is she was entered into Hillsborough yesterday and they scratched.
Yeah, well, that's another point.
So,
yes.
I mean, she's entered in a grade 2 yesterday and scratched for obviously a spot that's not an easy spot, but a much easier spot than that grade 2 event took place yesterday. So that's a good sign of confidence that he even entered her
well, what do you
in
think
that
when
race.
You're looking at a horse who's run basically exclusively on turf synthetic, and now they're going to try dirt in a spot like this. Do you look at it as, okay, now's the opportunity to get a better price, to take that swing, or are you still a little cautious?
Yeah, I mean, if you like the pedigree for dirt, this is, I mean, if let's just say she's raced twice on dirt and ran a really good, if she won a race and ran a really good third or something, then you're not going to get the price you're getting. So you're gambling she's going to take to the surface based on pedigree. And that's maybe the time to get a horse changing surface, whether it's turf to dirt or dirt to turf.
She's right at that. Is she right there, right line? I can't see because of the yes.
Personally, I like her dirt pedigree better than her. On paper, better than her grass pedigree. Flame Away, I think.
He was super flexible. Yeah. He won the Bourbon.
Okay.
Or was that when it came off the turf? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think of him as a dirt horse, but we'll look him up in a bit. But Flatter, I think of her as dirt pedigree. So, and she has speed routing, turning back in distance. Kind of the same thing for Louder Than Words, who I put third. Speed routing on turf, turning back in distance. The difference is Louder Than Words has proven herself on dirt. That's why she's getting bet right now. She's 7 for 23 lifetime. She's made $429,000, but 4 for 13 with 6 runner-up finishes on the main track. She's also third off the layoff. She also has that speed.
Flame Away won our Sam F. Davis.
Right, that's what it was for Pletcher, I believe.
And he won our Challenger.
Okay, yeah. So that I mean that bodes well, right? You're trying a service for the first time, and your father not only was a dirt horse, but like the dirt horse, the dirt surface that you're competing over for the first time, Tampa Bay Downs.
And he did win the Bourbon, but I think it's when it came off the turf.
I think you might be right.
I was there. We were there that day.
We're always there. So Louder Than Words I put third, but I like Trefaros in this race for the reasons I mentioned, and we'll see. I think for the 7 to lose this race, the way to beat her is to get the jump on her early on. And so I think Trefaros is the horse that can do that. It's Pust on a Sunset. Not that she's a dead closer, but she'll be a few lengths, maybe 3, 4, 5 lengths off the pace early.
Okay, say the top 3 again for you.
2, 7, 1.
7, 4, 2 here in race 6, which again kicks off our late pick 5.
The horses onto the track post-parading for today's sixth race, the Manatee Overnight Handicap. This race for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. A field of 7 set to go here in the Manatee. Number 1, Louder Than Words, is 1 pound over. Number 3, Broken Hearts Bay, is 1 pound over. Race 6 offers daily double, exact the trifecta, superfecta, and super high 5 wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover, $1,191. We also start a pick 3. We start that late pick 5. That pool just about ready to hop over $23,000. You still got 6 minutes to post time. Race 6 in 6. Two minutes to post time. Today's sixth race, 2 minutes, 2 minutes to post. The horses now making their way up the 7 furlong chute. They are approaching the starting gate. The Manatee Overnight Handicap in 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 6th race, the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Field of 7 here at 7 furlongs. Favoritism to the outside, and even money number 7, Positano Sunset. Pablo Morales for Ian Wilkes. Louder Than Words going to be the first to go in. Cipriano Gill looking for a race-to-race double. Here's Drafaros coming up. Broken Hearts Bay coming in. Sammy Camacho for Jan Arnett. Here's She's Fire. Israel Rodriguez to gate 4. Hopes and Dreams in the Mike Deeney colors. Jesus Castanon on board. 10-1. Winning on the 2 outside runners, there are your top 2 choices. Dream Concert, the second choice at 2-1, and Positano Sunset, your even money favorite. As we get set to load for the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Positano Sunset coming up. Going in. They are in the gate. And the race is on in the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Hopes and Dreams got off to a good start. Drafaros is showing speed toward the inside, and Drafaros going to poke ahead in front of Hopes and Dreams. Out wide is Dream Concert. Positano Sunset away 4th. Louder Than Words is 5th toward the inside. It's a length and a half more back to She's Fire. Another length and a half to Broken Hearts Bay, who's the early trailer. Drafaros a narrow leader, pressed by Hopes and Dreams. Dream Concert tugging up on the outside under a good hold from Antonio Gallardo. They're racing in 3rd. It's a length and a half more. Back to Louder Than Words, who moves inside of Positano Sunset. Positano Sunset, the favorite, is now 5th, 4.5 off the top. It's a break of 4 more then, back to the 2 at the back. Broken Hearts Bay, and She's Fire. 22 seconds flat was Drafaros' opening quarter mile. They take that run into the far turn. Drafaros just ahead in front of Hopes and Dreams, who presses closer now. Out 3 deep, Dream Concert still on hold, but inching forward. Positano Sunset starting to get underway. Is up to 4th now, just 2 lengths off the trio up front as they wind around to the quarter pole. Dream Concert out 3 wide, coming after the lead. Drafaros, Hopes and Dreams battle on, but Positano Sunset a fresh challenge up on the outside as Dream Concert leads them to the top of the lane. Positano Sunset down the center of the course. Drafaros is still battling on down toward the fence. Dream Concert, Antonio Gallardo, they're the leaders by the 8th pole. Positano Sunset inching closer on the outside. It's Dream Concert. Here's Positano Sunset. Positano Sunset on the outside. Collars Dream Concert. Late Positano Sunset. Pablo Morales win the Manatee. Dream Concert was 2nd, Drafaros 3rd, then came Louder Than Words, and Broken Hearts Bay was 5th. 7-6-2-1 and 3. 7-6-2-1-3, your unofficial order. .121.81 the final time. Results official, 620 on the win for Positano Sunset. Positano Sunset, your Manatee Overnight Handicap winner. 5-year-old bay mare by Golden Sense out of Gigglin Gal was bred in Kentucky. 6 column stables, Randall Block, John Seiler, and David Hall, the winning owners. Ian Wilkes, the winning trainer. Pablo Morales aboard for the winning score is Positano Sunset, your Manatee Overnight Handicap winner. Exacta 7 and 6, $6.90. The trifecta $12.55. Dime Super $12.19. Daily Double $12.60. The pick 3 $30.50. The high five $183.90. Today's 7th race is 23 minutes out. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 3 Sexarito 1 pound over. Number 5 Athena's Wisdom 3 over. Race 7 at 6 furlongs. Starts the late pick 4. Post time at 23 minutes. Presentation coming up in the winner's circle for the Manatee Overnight Handicap. Is our stakes coordinator Jackson Zaire presenting to the winning connections of Positano Sunset. The Manatee Overnight Handicap, our feature event on the card. Congratulations to the team behind Positano Sunset.
What a performance from our post-time favorite, Positano Sunset. Big things ahead for her.
Yeah, she should have been favored. She was favored, and she didn't disappoint. She went off at 4-5. Great job by Ian Wilkes getting her ready. Perfect, prep race kind of for her moving forward and against a good group at the $50,000 purse.
Got to give a shout out to Dream Concert. My gosh.
Yeah, the final time was 21-4. You mentioned Dream Concert, trying her eyeballs out for owner Tom F. McCrocklin, team Kathleen O'Connell, all her horses. When she's not winning, she's winning at about 1 out of 4. It seems like she's running second and third. So, yeah, so the top two are really good. They went sub 122. That was a very good horse race as we move forward to the late pick 4.
3. Wait, no, you're right. We have
pick
a pick 4
4
here.
There's 10.
Oh my gosh,
there's
10
10
today.
There's 10 today.
Okay,
yeah.
I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again for those just tuning in. The time change, the jump ahead. I'm sort of like a mojito. I'm still sweet, but I'm muddled.
Is that what you're going to have tonight?
No, I'm going to have a margarita
Okay.
on the rocks with salt.
Rock salt.
But, yeah. We got race 7 here. You're right. It's going to start our late pick 4.
It's a good group, too. It's a good group.
Oh, yeah. It's for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won a race other than maiden, claiming, or starter, which have never won 2 races, or an optional claiming price of $16,000. They're going to be going 6 furlongs on the main track. The number 1, Sweet Hazley, looks like she's working extremely well ahead of this long-awaited return to the races. You got to check that January 31st drill in which she went 46-4. This girl originally debuted at Gulfstream. She won a main special weight there, gate to wire, and by 5 1/4 lengths. Start to didn't get away from the gate with speed, had a rate. There were traffic issues. She ended up 4th, beaten 4 1/4, and the winner would go on to win the Grade 2 Devona Dale. Start 3, they stretched to a mile in the cash run, and Sweet Hazley, she didn't break well again. Then they went to contest the pace, ultimately tired. The winner there was Power Squeeze, who then won our Suncoast, the Gulfstream Park Oaks, the Delaware Oaks, the Grade 1 Alabama, so very good competition, understatement. Sweet Hazley now making a first start for Victor Barbosa, so we'll see if she can fire fresh like she did. First out, taking on Older now for the first time.
Yeah, this is one of those races where basically I think it's a 15-1 shot, but everyone's in single digits. Your favorite's 3-1, your second biggest price is 9-1. So there's not a lot of separation in ability between these horses. It looks that way on paper, and the bettors agree with that. The 2 Breezy Bella was my selection.
She makes sense.
So she showed some speed and got tired in the debut. That was a pretty good maiden special race. I thought at Gulfstream, our Harper Rose, who won that race, was a very impressive winner again in her next start.
Yeah, that's a serious racehorse.
Then Michael Yates, I don't know what happened to her, but she didn't race for 17 months. Yates is so good, first out, first off a long layoff. So she pops off the layoff, gate to wire 4-1, and then he put her in a really good Statebrand optional 20 race. Pleasant Embrace, who won that race, trained by Kelly Breen, that was her 3rd straight win. So you lose to a horse who's red hot, who is your 7-5 favorite. They went 9-4 over a track that was not lightning quick at Gulfstream that day. I think the buyer came back 85. So she's 3rd off the 17-month layoff. She has speed. Is there a chance that one of the two sort of compromise one another on the front
hook
end?
And cook.
There's definitely a shot of that. And then you have the 7-horse Pretty Awesome, who's very quick to the outside. But, 6 furlongs, it's a quality group at 6 furlongs. There's going to be some speed, and horses still do well on the front end, right? So people, I think, look at that too much sometimes and always force themselves to go with closers. You have to expect there to be some fast horses in this race. These are good runners sprinting. In second, I did look for a horse who can sit off the pace a little bit. That is Athena's Wisdom.
She's my second pick as well.
The 5. She likes it at Tampa. She's coming out of that optional 32 race. The 4's coming out of that race as well. And Athena's Wisdom was better than Awesome Pick, who opened up as the favorite. I don't think she'll be your post-time favorite, but she's your current favorite in this race. Hopes and Dreams just ran 25 minutes ago, not very well. I mean, she didn't finish in the top 4, so not a great
she
sign.
Had an off day.
Yeah, and she was part of that speed duel, with Trafaros, the 2-horse, who ended up running 3rd in that event. So, but still, not great for these horses. Looking back at that race, but it was a better field. It was an optional 32, but Awesome Pick can sit off the pace a little bit. She's also 3rd off a 9-month layoff, so I put her in second. And then what did I do? I put the other speed in 3rd, the horse you like on top, Sweet Hazley.
Well, one of the things I would love to mention about Athena's Wisdom was in that optional, you got to be fair to her. She was drawn widest of all, and she was making a big run to try to catch him as they approached the turn for home. She went so wide off it, and that just kills all your momentum. So she flattened out. I was so impressed that she was still able to finish within 4.5 of the winner there. And she'd run a good second beat in just a length at this level. Again, after starting from a wide draw and going wide off the turn. And she's got a much better post today and a smaller field to
She's
navigate.
run some big races over this track, too.
Yeah.
I mean, she crushed Pretty Awesome. It was a while ago, but when they met May of last year, I mean, Pretty Awesome's a shorter price now because obviously that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But, I mean, she won that race by a length and a half as the favorite over the 7-horse here 10 months ago.
Yeah, and you already mentioned awesome pick. That is my third pick. Basically, I just am hoping that off the inside with a more middle draw, she can relax a bit more.
Yeah, you can make. There's not a horse to throw out in this race. I mean, Mortastic, why can't she win? She could. Bowersock claims her for 10. This is a step up in class, but you claim her at 5 to 1.
Rockin' Ronnie Allen Jr.
You probably like the result. She wins, and I like the way she won because the pace was not that quick. She was 6th at first call in that race. The runner-up Explosive Exchange was on the lead. The third place finisher, was second early on. So the only horse doing anything late was the winner, Mortastic. Is she facing better here? Absolutely, but she's in good form. She likes Tampa. Good barn claimed her, and she's 5 for 14 lifetime. So she's another horse that could move up, especially if the horses on the inside and the horse to the outside, Pretty Awesome, go too quickly up front over a track that seems very fair to me here.
All right, top three again.
I am 2-5-1. Breezy Bella, top pick.
All right, 1-5-4 here in race 7 for me, which again is going to kick off the late pick 4.
On to the track for today's 7th race. We start our late pick 4 here. $16,000 allowance optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and up. They'll be at 6 furlongs on the fast main track. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 3, Sexarito is +1. Number 5, Athena's Wisdom +3. Take note, number 7, Pretty and Awesome races in blinkers. Race 7 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We start the late pick 4 up next in 5 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's 7th race, the late pick 4 is in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 7th as we get the late pick 4 underway here. Field of 7 at the 6 furlong distance. 8-5 favoritism on the number 1, Sweet Hazley. Sweet Hazley the first to go in. Breezy Bella going to be next. Breezy Bella in those red, white silks to gate 2. Here's Sexarito. Charlie Oliveras to the third stall. Right now 25-1. Awesome pick in the red and white silks. Yellow cap. Here's Athena's Wisdom. Vernon Bush. Right now at 9-2. Mortastic, Pretty and Awesome going to be the final pair. We're just about set for a start. Today's 7th. Pretty and Awesome, Adamar Santos to the outside draw. Pretty and Awesome coming forward. And she goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Caught him in a pretty good line. Pretty and Awesome from the outside. Awesome pick. Athena's Wisdom. And down toward the inside, Breezy Bella's driving through. And Breezy Bella might be quickest of all. Going to grab the lead. Breezy Bella in front by a length to Athena's Wisdom, who's now a clear-cut second. Then comes Awesome Pick. Down at the inside, Sweet Hazley makes some early progress. And Pretty and Awesome's out wide. It's 2.5 more back to the pair at the back. Sexarito and Mortastic as Breezy Bella is the leader. Breezy Bella to the far turn, a length and a half in front of Athena's Wisdom between horses. Down to the inside, Sweet Hazley. Pretty and Awesome starts to loop up 3 deep. 22 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Breezy Bella's the leader. Breezy Bella, Athena's Wisdom getting closer now in second. Up on the far outside, Pretty and Awesome is third. Mortastic, who was far back early, has now gained all the way up to be fourth. Sweet Hazley, Awesome Pick, both under a drive. Those top 6 only separated by 3 lengths as they come around to the top of the stretch. Between horses, Athena's Wisdom. Out wide, Mortastic coming with a big sweep. Getting out there was Pretty and Awesome. Took out Mortastic. Breezy Bella still battling on toward the inside. A final furlong left to go. Between horses, Athena's Wisdom. Out wide, Mortastic. Battling on Breezy Bella, Sweet Hazley, and Pretty and Awesome is still right there. They're 4 across the track. Athena's Wisdom. Pretty and Awesome on the outside. Pretty and Awesome, Athena's Wisdom, and Mortastic. Pretty and Awesome between horses got it. Second was really close there between Athena's Wisdom and Mortastic. Seven in a photo. Second to the number 5, Athena's Wisdom. Third, number 6, Mortastic. Fourth, number 2, Breezy Bella. Fifth, number 1, Sweet Hazley. 7, 5, 6, 2, and 1. Unofficial. Final time 110.86. Please hold all tickets. Results are official. 1640 on the win for Pretty and Awesome. Into the winner's circle, Pretty and Awesome. 5-year-old bay mare by Awesome Slew out of Whack was bred in Florida. Tim Padilla, the winning owner and trainer, Adam R. Santos aboard for the winning ride. Pretty and Awesome at 7-1, your winner. Exacta $40.90, trifecta $51.45, dime super $54.55. Daily double, a pair of sevens, $31.90. The middle pick four, $258.60. High five, $3,279. Race 8's coming up next. They're going to be on the turf at a mile. Field of 9 set to go. No scratches or changes. Post time for the 8th race in 20 minutes.
All right, race 8, Matt Carruthers. We got a 20 claimer for 3-year-old set at a mile on the turf. I'm going to get right to my top pick because I got to get a little petty geeky with it.
Okay,
All right.
take your time.
So my horse right now is currently 11-1 on the board. This is crazy to me. I'm talking about the number 5, Alien Princess. She's in here for Darian Rodriguez. You got Sammy Camacho aboard because Sammy Marin's getting back aboard the number 1. But yeah, I do like this filly getting on turf, and I like it a lot. Her mom is by Frankel's champion brother, Noble Mission. Her maternal great granny is a half sister to Law Society, who is champion 2 and 3-year-old in Ireland. So yeah, she's already shown some ability. She won on debut going just 5.5. Had to settle for 3rd after tiring off the front going 7. That was in an optional 32 starter 25, which was won by Florida Flower. Just a 4-horse field though, and again, both of those races on dirt. So if she does take to the turf, I think she can get the ground and turn the tables.
She's quick as well. She is. Just a quick shout out back to race number 7. Tim Padilla, well done off the claim. I mean, claimed pretty awesome. Comes back a couple weeks later and beats a good field. And with that outside post, kind of different tactics. I thought she'd be involved in a speed duel. She wins from off the pace, nipping the 5, Athena's Wisdom late. In terms of this race, it's so hard. I mean, all these races are hard. Sparkling Ruby's going to be favored.
Do you know what? Adamar
right now she's
Santos,
tepid.
he rides Sparkling Ruby. And I don't know if this is inside information, but as I was walking back out of the jocks room, I think I overheard Adamar say, I'm going to do it just like I did the last one. So
okay, all right. Yeah, confidence is a big part of it
just went on pretty and awesome,
yeah,
feeling good.
Feeling good. You know you're on a horse who's probably going to be favored, and a horse that you haven't ridden before, but you know is dropping in class out of an optional 32. Probably needed that race the last day of February, first start in nearly 3 months.
She's my 3rd pick.
Yeah, and kind of she showed some speed. She got tired. The 8 and the 9 are coming out of the same race, and they were separated by a half length on the wire, with Sparkling Ruby finishing a little bit in front of Classical's Finale. The 8-horse puts the blinkers on.
For the first time in a long time.
Yeah, I just thought maybe the 8 would get a better trip. There is a fair amount of pace.
Yeah, she's my 2nd pick.
I thought in this race. I ended up with a horse that can close. I'm looking for a horse that can close. I see a lot of horses with speed. The 2 is going to be involved early. The 3 is going to be involved early. Your 5 is going to be involved early. You do, the 7 horse. So I'm expecting it to be lively up front. And Legata Salvaje, the wild cat, rallied from off. They tried to get this horse on turf in her last start. They stretched her out, and they were going to try to put her on turf. It was taken off. She wins by a length and a quarter. So I do like the fact still that she breaks her maiden first time going 2 turns. So the 2 turns help. She's back going 2 turns here. And now they get the turf they wanted in the last start. Her mother, 8 wins, all turf routes, $237,000. Second dam, made $239,000. Turf route. So she wants to go long, and I think she wants turf. She got half of that in her last start, and she was able to win by a length and a quarter. So I think she's even better. Second time going long, first time on turf. I like the running style with all of the pace I think that's signed on in this race. I get Cipriano Gill, who's riding as a win on the card. Right now she's the biggest price on the board, which is pleasantly surprising to me at 19-1. So I'll put the 4 on top. I put Das East Ali's Ali.
Oh, nicely done.
In second. No, terribly done. But she was well done. 2 starts back when she broke her maiden by 7, crushing the 7 OK to Dance, who, as you can see in the past performances, came back to win at the maiden 16 level in her next start. Then they tried her in that optional 32. She was in over her head a little bit, lost to a lightly raced undefeated filly who's 2 for 2. I put her in second. Where'd you go second?
Oh, as you already went over, I went with the number 8 Classic Finale in my second spot, and then I completed my top 3 with another horse you already went over, Sparkling Ruby. But yeah, let's give a shout out to Jason Beam. It is not easy to get all these names out.
Track announcer.
Track announcer. Oh, everybody knows Jason Beam. Come on, yes, I have to give him the title.
And I think you can really tell when anybody's at their job that on air or a track announcer, how do they do on the big days when there's a little bit more pressure?
Oh, he was phenomenal.
Right? Absolutely. It was,
as always.
I think actually the real good broadcasters, track announcers, whatever, that in that field, you actually not only are you the same, you don't let the pressure get to you. You kind of step up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. You're better when you have more eyeballs.
Now he paints the picture. So. He's clear. He's measured. He makes it exciting. But unlike me, he's not erratic. And I just really enjoy his calls, great timbre in the voice, and a tremendous job done every day of the meet here and elsewhere.
We just put pressure on him, though.
We did put pressure on him.
think.
I mean, the number one's name. I mean, Jason, we can barely get it out. We just need to say it in analysis. You need to say it as they're actually clipping along out there. So good luck. But again, your top three, just the numbers.
Cuatro,
Don't
uno,
do that to me. Come on.
ocho.
Okay, in Inglés.
Well, my horse is a Spanish name, so I figured it was fitting. Legata Salvaje, 418.
Okay, and I'm going to go 589 in race 8.
The horse is onto the track post-parading for today's 8th race. We start the late pick 3 here. We're back on the turf course at a mile. It's $20,000 claiming event for 3-year-old fillies. Field of 9 set to go. No scratches or changes here in today's 8th race. We offer daily double, exact the trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5. We start our final pick 3 on today's program. We're just 5 minutes from post time. 5 minutes. Two minutes post time. Today's 8th race. 2 minutes away. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. We're just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th race as we start the late pick 3. 10 race card this afternoon. Ken Jang coming forward as Das East Ale Saleh has gone in. Of course, the horse with the hardest name to say is your 2-1 favorite. 3-1 on the outside, number 9, Sparkling Ruby. Here's Okay to Dance moving up. La Gata Salvaje and Classical's Finale will be the next pair. La Gata Salvaje, Cipriano Gil, already the winner today. And rearing up there, Alien Princess, but came right back down. Sammy Camacho climbing back on board Alien Princess. La Gata Salvaje and Sparkling Ruby, the final pair. We're just about set for a start today's 8th race. La Gata Salvaje is in. Sparkling Ruby to the outside draw. Adamar Santos. Adamar looking for another winner on today's program. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Good start in the center for Alien Princess in the green colors, who goes right out to the front. Step Lightly was away in good order, and Florida Flower, Okay to Dance, moving up to the outside. But it's going to be Alien Princess to lead him by the wire the first time around. Florida Flower, Sparkling Ruby, Okay to Dance. Those 4 now lining up as they go across the track into that first turn. That quartet goes 2.5 ahead of Step Lightly, who parks in a nice spot at back in 5th. It's a length and a half after that to La Gata Salvaje. Then comes Ken Jang in the bright orange colors, racing 7th. Das East Alice Ale is racing second last, and Classical's Finale is the trailer. That 4-way battle, Alien Princess is back in front, Sparkling Ruby on the outside. Then comes Florida Flower. Okay to Dance wanted to get back off that embattlement up front. So they go up the back stretch. Step Lightly stays 5th toward the inside. Then comes Ken Jang. Classical's Finale. He is moving up alongside La Gata Salvaje. Das East Alice Ale is the trailer. 47-2 the opening half mile. It's been an eventful race thus far as Alien Princess, Sparkling Ruby now taking another crack at that one on the outside. Ken Jang has made up some good ground, is up to 3rd now. It's a length and a half more back to Step Lightly. Florida Flower, Okay to Dance is plummeting back through the field. Das East Ale Saleh trying to launch from the back with Classical's Finale and La Gata Salvaje as they wind around to the quarter pole. Sparkling Ruby and Alien Princess. These two been going at it much of the journey. Ken Jang going to move to their outside. Step Lightly looking for a seam in the red colors down toward the inside. Has a seam if good enough as they have a final furlong to go. Alien Princess, that seam got a little tight down there for Step Lightly. Meanwhile, Ken Jang is making up ground. Florida Flower, Classical's Finale is really starting to roll with Das East Ale Saleh. The picture changing at the 16th pole. A host of horses. Florida Flower, Das East Ale Saleh. Those two go on photo finish. Das East Ale Saleh or Florida Flower in a photo here in race 8. Photo finish. Please hold all tickets. 137.41 the final time. Number 1, Das East Ale Saleh, the winner. Second, number 6, Florida Flower, a Mike Deeney exacta. Classical's Finale was 3rd, the number 8. Number 2, Ken Jang was 4th. 5th to the number 5, Alien Princess. 168.25. 137.41 the final time. We do have an objection. The rider of the number 4, Legata Salvaje, alleging interference against the unofficial winner in the home stretch. 4 against 1. A objection, 4 against 1 in the home stretch. This does affect the unofficial winner. Please hold all tickets. 4 against 1, alleging interference in the home stretch. Again, a jockey's objection, 4 against 1, looking at the run in late stretch there. No change to the order of finish. There will be no change. Results will stand as is, 1, 6, 8, 2, and 5. Here's Das East Alice Alley. 3-year-old chestnut filly by Neolithic out of My Sister's Keeper, was bred here in Florida. Terry Bruner's the winning owner. Mike Deeney, the winning trainer. Mike had the top 2 finishers. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride as Das East Alice Alley off the pace from last to first to win today's 8th. Prices on the board. The exact is $25.80. Trifecta $56. The dime super $86.11. Daily double $32.90. The pick 3 $57.30. Nobody had the super high 5, so we'll carry that over to the upcoming 9th race, $1,891. Today's 9th race in 20 minutes. We'll start the late double. Scratch numbers 7 and 10. 7 and 10 are scratch. Number 2, post facto, a jockey change to Gabriel Maldonado. Waive the apprentice allowance. Number 4 is +1. Number 8 is +1. Post out for the 9th. Late doubles at 20 minutes.
Well, it was a Dini, not double, but exacta in race 8. And I got to tell you, as soon as we got done giving analysis for that race, Mike Dini shouts at us, he goes, I'm going to win with the 1. So,
And he did. He beat his other horse by an inch.
oh my gosh. And shout out to Luis. He actually had Florida Flower picked on top. Just misses at 8 to 1 there.
Yeah, and Dini also owner of Florida Flower, not the owner Das East Alley's Alley. That would be Terry Bruner. So congratulations, Connections. We had an exciting turf race.
Yes.
The race and a little drama with the objections. Stewards took a look, didn't take too much time, and no change, which from my vantage point, not that that matters, was definitely the correct call.
All right. Well, race 9, it is for 4-year-olds and up, which will start for a claiming price of $8,000 or less in 2024, 2025, or an optional claiming price of $12,500. They're going to be going a mile 40 yards on the main track. Pretty obvious that the number 6 Copper Light digs our surface. In the first spin over it, he crushed an optional 12 starter 8 field here by 2.5 lengths, going the mile 40 distance, earned a 90 buyer figure while stopping the clock in 1:38.1 track record time.
Ken Ramsey's been known to make a wager, too.
Oh, no.
He's
Really?
been known to make a wager. I'm not saying, I mean, this horse would be heavily favored whether Ken Ramsey was the owner or not, but 2 to 5 right now on Copper Light. Talked about it a little bit earlier. When a horse, for whatever, all of a sudden you see a horse that's running certain types of race, and all of a sudden they jump way up. You want to figure out what happened. What was the difference? Well, if you can just point right to the dirt here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a horse who hadn't been on dirt in a long time, not since the first 2 starts of his
never
career.
ours.
Sprinting, never here, and never routing. So, can he repeat that effort?
Not only that,
We'll
but
see. If he does, he wins for fun again, and most people think he will. He's 2 to 5.
not only did he set the track record, which I believe, was it Lucara ran not too far off that in the Sun Cup?
Sounds right.
I'm almost sure. We'll have to double check that. But, he beat one of my favorite Tampa stars, Golden Juan, who had gone into that race off 2 impressive back-to-back wins at the level, including a 3 3/4 length score over Streak.
That's why he was even money.
Yeah, just the start prior. And Copperlight, as compared to others in here, he's lightly raced, as Yori went over. He'd only been on the dirt twice prior, and it's hard to base anything off those starts in particular because, as you already said, they were sprints, the first 2 of his career. He went to the turf after that, tried synthetic, beat a 25 starter allowance field at Gulfstream on the ladder, beating a horse named Sean Carr, who next earned an 85 buyer figure, scoring a Florida bred optional 20 N1X at Gulfstream. So, yeah, I don't think that performance was fluky. I think he legit took to this surface, and he can roll again here for Nolan Ramsey, who's got Camacho taking over the riding assignment today.
Yeah, he could actually regress a little bit off that and probably win this race. I mean, he could. I mean, he was that good. He could run a little bit slower and still probably win. It's another situation where he should be heavily favored, but I'm gonna do my darndest to try to beat him. I think I have another horse that will be on the lead. Hopefully, this horse can stick. Chivalry was a really good horse back in the day for Ralph Nix. Ralph doesn't train anymore, but Ralph Nix, an excellent trainer, and used to have Chivalry. This horse made $621,000. So yes, Copper Light just crushed him
Stakes winner here.
by 6 lengths. Yeah. He's a 4-time winner. Half of his wins have been here at Tampa, and he's only 20% of his starts have been at Tampa. So he won back-to-back races here. Then he won an optional 12. And the problem with that race is he got in a speed duel with Golden Juan, who was even money favored, and obviously it helped Copper Light. It hurt Chivalry, and Golden Juan was eventually able to kind of put away Chivalry and couldn't hold off Copper Light. I'm going to go cliche on you. The Golden Juan won the battle, but lost the war. One of my favorite cliches.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking there's no Golden Juan in this race, and I believe that the scratch of the 10 is definitely helpful to Chivalry, because I think Jabron is a quick racehorse who comes out of this race. It helps Chivalry. So I'm thinking maybe Sammy can get Marin can get more loose on the lead than his last start, which he was really battling with a very good horse in Golden Juan. I think maybe he'll be in front a couple of lengths as opposed to battling with a horse you mentioned who was looking to win his 3rd in a row and was a short price favorite. So I put him on top. Copper Light, clearly the horse to beat, I put 2nd. And then I put Street Glide in 3rd, who lost to Golden Juan back-to-back races, who obviously was defeated by Copper Light. But Street Glide then came back with a really good win on the 1st of February after he was kind of snake bit. Hadn't won a race in a while, some second-place efforts. Jan Arnett off the claim, the numbers are nearly 30%. So I put that horse in 3rd. I'm going to try to beat the favorite with Chivalry and hope that Chivalry can shake loose early.
Ooh, look at
at you with a little bit of a tongue twister there. I went with, as I already mentioned, Chivalry, my third spot. My second spot, I went with the number 2 that is post facto in here for Torres. This boy is also in that February 1st race. He finished 4th, but he had a bad start from the gate. Did not get away well, which led to his lane getting closed off in front of him. He was a bit keyed up after that and later had to go wide. And that ground loss, as we've already talked about before, it takes a toll. That was just a second off the layoff. He was a speed and fade in the first at the optional 16 N1X condition. He tired after dueling and ended up 6 1/4 lengths back of a horse named Ethan Energy. That's a Brad Cox trainee who scored by 2. Also in that race back and forth was Cupid's Dude, and he has since won 2 open 10s by open lengths. So, yeah, I think post facto has an excuse for the performance last out, and he could improve here with a better post while maintaining that weight allowance.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm always confused, but I was just checking. Maybe Jason can help us out here in a minute. Because is there a rider Maldonado on the 2 post facto? I think I thought I heard.
Is that who the?
Well, I thought
it is not showing that to me.
I know in the app. I know I saw that too.
If that is the case, he no longer has a weight allowance.
I could have written it down incorrectly. I thought he said the 2 in race number 9, Maldonado, but he'll tell us here in a second. Either way, I think the 2's kind of a feast or famine. I mean, 5 for 15, that's a really good win percentage. And when he doesn't win, he doesn't run second. He never has, and a couple of third-place finishes. So you're hoping it's a feast for post facto, 3rd off the layoff. As I check again, it's been a little formful here today. We've had 8 races. We've had 6 winners pay single digits. I think we had a 7 to 1, and we had that one 12 to 1. Everyone else, I think, paid $9 or less. So it's been a little on the chalky side for Tampa. 1 to 9 on Copper Light. Before we go, let me look at one more thing. The pools. Let's see if there's any bridge jumping right now. No. You see a 1 to 9. Sometimes you think it might be bridge jumping, but I think the field size is too big for that.
Here, keep talking for a minute. I'm going to check the Equibase and see.
Okay, so for those of you relatively new to the game, if Copper Light wins and you bet $2 to win, you net $2.10. At this point, the horse won't go off at 1 to 9. He won't be a good price, but you might get $2.60 on him if he wins this race in a few minutes. He's heavily favored. Riders are up right now.
Riders up.
9-6-1 is how I'm going to play it with Chivalry going wire to wire.
Okay, and you already have my picks. So we're going to come back to you right after this race for the finale in race 10.
The horses onto the track, postparading for today's 9th race. We start the late daily double here. It's a starter optional claiming event, $12,500 the price. 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1 mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. Scratch 7 and 10. 7 and 10 are scratched. Jockey change on the number 2 post facto. Make the rider Gabriel Maldonado waive the apprentice allowance, 118 pounds to be carried. Number 4 is +1. Number 8 is +1. Field of 8 set to go here. Late daily double coming up in just 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's 9th race, late doubles in 2 minutes. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's 9th race, the late daily double, is 1 minute away. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 9th race. Late double starts here. Field of 8 at the 1.40-yard distance. Here's Copper Light, your 2-5 post time favorite. Second choice at 9-2 on the outside is Chivalry. Then 6-1 on the rail for Street Glide. Here's Silent and Violent coming up. Sweeping Giants moving forward. We're just waiting on Holiday Fantasy. And Chivalry will be all set for a start today's 9th. Chivalry, Samuel Marin. Samuel looking for a race-to-race double. Chivalry goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Street Glide toward the inside away well. Chivalry from the far outside is quickest, though. Chivalry trying to work over as Copper Light, the favorite, emerges from out of the pack with Holiday Fantasy. They're second and third. Sweeping Giant going to be fourth in the purple colors to the outside. Then comes Street Glide, Silent and Violence in the blue colors in and amongst horses. And behind that comes Post Factos having a tap on the brakes there, being passed by Supreme Dominance as Chivalry makes it all the way to the rail. Tries to slow him down a touch, but leads it 3/4 of a length to the big favorite, Copper Light, who's now up to a clear second. So they wheel on to the backstretch. 25-1 was that opening quarter mile. Chivalry on the backstretch. Now lets it out a notch in front by almost 2. to Copperlight, Holiday Fantasy. They're second and third. Then comes a lineup of three. Silent and Violent in the blue colors. Between horses is Supreme Dominance, Sweeping Giant also in that next flight. The two at the back still, Post Facto and Street Glide. They're only about 6 lengths front to back. There hasn't been a ton of pace on. That's part of why they're so closely knit. As Chivalry goes through a 49-1 opening half mile. Chivalry to the far turn. Copperlight, Supreme Dominance making a bit of an early bid. Comes up on the outside of the all greenhouse colors. Right up alongside of Copperlight. Those two second and third just a half length behind Chivalry. In behind that, Post Facto moving up alongside of Stablemate Holiday Fantasy. Then comes Sweeping Giant. Chivalry is still there. Chivalry narrowly in front. Driven is Copperlight. Supreme Dominance now a length and a half back in third as they turn to the top of the stretch. Chivalry on the inside, Copperlight on the outside. These two for the final furlong. They've gone 3 clear of Holiday Fantasy. Sweeping Giant moving up between horses. Chivalry still just narrowly in front now. Copperlight coming up on level terms. Chivalry, Copperlight, Copperlight narrowly in front. Chivalry back to second. Copperlight and Sammy Camacho. Copperlight wins it. Second was Chivalry. Then came Holiday Fantasy, Post Facto, and Sweeping Giant. Six, 9, and a photo. (139.73 seconds). Third was number 4, Holiday Fantasy. Photo for fourth. 6, 9, 4, and a photo. Number 2, Post Facto, was fourth. Fifth, number 8, Sweeping Giant. 6, 9, 4, 2, and 8. Unofficial. Please hold all tickets. Results are official. $3 on the win for Copperlight. Copperlight to the winner's circle, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Copper Bullet out of Tampa Light. Bred in Kentucky. Ken Ramsey, the winning owner. Nolan Ramsey, the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. Copperlight, your big favorite scores here in today's 9th race. Six nine exacta, $4.50. Trifecta, $13.45. Daily double $4. Pick 3, $18.60. High five, $410.90. Today's 10th and final race is up next in 27 minutes. at 5:02 p.m. Scratch the 12, Enter Riley. Number 12 is scratched. Scratch the 14, no, 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 go. Number 13 draws in and will run. So we will have that full field of 12 at a mile and a 16th. Post time for the nightcap at 27 minutes.
Matt Carruthers. We had a Carruthers exacta. Not that I can like take any congratulations for picking, what is he, 1 to 9 Copper Light, but
I don't know, heavily
pick,
favored.
Shivery was awesome.
Yeah, they were the top two were very good, and they were the top two choices. Shivery got the lead, and he was just run down by a horse who's just really good right now and found a new home on dirt in Copper Light. So this is our last race.
I'm sad about
We
this.
did
actually,
9 Friday, 12 yesterday, and now 10 today, 31 races. And I want to thank Tampa for having me for the weekend. Thank you, as you're the employee here,
It's a treat for me to
track
have
analyst.
you alongside.
So it was fun to be here for the biggest weekend, festival weekend, at Tampa Bay Downs. Thanks to Margot. Thank the Richie and all the guys in TV.
Joe, the camera guy, Tristan,
young
who we
Tristan,
have now.
down here right now.
Do we thank Jason Beam?
And thank you, Jason, and thank the
And everybody.
well,
here.
especially for yesterday with that handle, over $17 million. We had our little contest we started on Friday. Sorry, I couldn't be more competitive in the contest. It was an easy wire-to-wire win for her.
You had me very nervous
yeah,
at many junctions.
I mean,
however.
you had a solid winning buyer where I was beaten about 15 lengths if this was a horse race, and
Well, you were taking some chances and chances that made sense that just didn't pan out.
yeah, it's one of those things where I think my best opinion was probably Friday and didn't take advantage of it, and then kind of we know how that is. It's kind of like I used to play sports pretty seriously back in the day, and old guys like me, remember you had that.
Just looking at you, we
Yeah,
would know this.
that I'm old. You had that book, right? And you'd open up, and I'd play like 15, 20 college basketball games on a weekend. I know, probably too many. And if you had a good weekend, you couldn't wait to go back and go W, and then start adding it up. And when you're losing, it's like it's Monday, and you're like, oh, I need to add it up because I'm gonna have to meet my guy this week. Oh, how much did I lose? It's kind of that way right now. The totals. I mean, she I think beat me like $50, $60, something like that. So it wasn't close. So congratulations on that. And as the loser of the wager, I have to. Do this job. So you get more losers.
But
Now,
I
hopefully
keep my
I'll be better.
paycheck. He does my job, and I keep his paycheck.
For a couple of days.
I keep my
So,
paycheck. He does my job. There we go.
yeah, we'll brace you beforehand when it's me, so you know that maybe you don't have to pay quite the same attention as you would
But
if it's her.
to your point, what you were saying before, we're going to miss everybody here
Yep.
live on site. I will be back in action with you on Wednesday from the Casa, but there's nothing like being out here with everybody.
No.
Thank you all for your kindness. I'm going to miss having you by my side giving the analysis. This has been so much fun for me.
I'll be in the kitchen most of the time that you're recording.
But we do have one more race left. Let's
We
talk
do,
about
we
it.
do,
Race
we do,
10.
we
It's
do.
going to close out the card and the weekend. This is a main 16 for fillies and mares 4 years old and up. Set at a mile and 16th on the turf. I went with what I thought was going to be a big prize, and she's still big. She was 20 to 1 morning line, however, currently at 9 to 1. I'm talking about the number 2. That is Terry T, first-time starter here for Brian Lusk. Debuts with Lasix, daughter of Tapiture, and out of a Birdstone mare. She only raced twice, the mom, and didn't do much, but she never ran on grass. And her mom, Shashiba, did, though. And Shashiba's a daughter of Silent Name. We know how good Silent Name babies are on grass. We know how good he was on grass. Now, Shashiba was no world beater, but she did get beat just 3 lengths on debut in a main special weight on the turf at Santa Anita. She's a half to a French Stakes winner. And take in mind, this filly is direct tail female to Ghana Facile by Le Fabuleux, which is cool as it is, but recall, and I know this is dirt pedigree that I'm going to mention now, but that family includes Unbridled, Cahill Road, and more. So maybe, just maybe, she can get a maiden 16 here on the grass. I'm going to also take another swing in my second spot with the number 11. That is Fire Dini for Katie Cheeks. Gets first-time Lasix, making his first start for the barn. She's had 3 starts on dirt, nothing to write home about. But she's getting on grass now and stretching
27 to 1.
So that could move her up. She is by Broken Vow, who could obviously go long, and while he was a dirt horse, he was out of Wedding Vow. Wedding Vow is the daughter of Nijinsky and out of Wedding Picture by Blushing Groom. That is turf. And then the filly's own mother, Little Firefighter, she put up a career best buyer of 82 running on grass. She was a sprinter, but again, we're getting some stamina from the dad here. And then I'm going to complete the top 3 with what I believe is your top pick, the number 4, Palace Lights for Tim Ham. I'll let you talk about her.
Well, she's the favorite right now. I think it's the first favorite I picked today. We'll see if we can get a favorite home. I was initially going to go with the 12. We scratched in this race. I was going to go with the price. Then she came out, and I kind of just ended up settling with the favorite, Palace Lights. She's raced 4 times, all against better caliber. She ran at Churchill in her debut in maiden 30 on dirt, then ran here at Tampa in a maiden special on dirt. I think she's probably equivalent on both surfaces. But when you're on a maiden special, you're in a 53 buyer, you finish sixth, and then you're in a 53 buyer and a maiden 25 on turf, and you're on second. You move up because the race is going to be a little bit slower because it's against weaker competition. So, I mean, she's been, I guess, somewhat competitive at the maiden 25 level on turf. Now she's in for maiden 16. She showed a little bit of pace in a race that completely collapsed, in my opinion. The winner of that race, True Myth, was towards the back of the pack in that race. And even though True Myth didn't win her next start, I thought she came back yesterday in that one other than allowance race at a big price and only finished 4.5 lengths behind Fundamentally, who won wire to wire. So I stepped up and held her own at a giant number here on Tampa Bay Derby Day yesterday in an allowance race. So I thought the 4 was the horse to beat. It's kind of a Captain Obvious as your favorite. I think I'm kind of chalky 1 through 3. I mean, I put Sunnyside Ridge, let me see the price again, in second, 9-2 on the 9, who she has a little bit of speed. There's a layoff. It's not a real long one of 2.5 months.
She's got Melissa the Maven Iorio Award.
That's right.
I'm nicknaming everybody.
Okay, I like that. It's your nicknames are catchy, and I think they're going to stick. But Sunny Ridge, Jamie, she finished third in the same race as 7, Do Whatever It Takes, finished second in. And, I thought being part of that pace that maybe she ran as well, if not better, than the 7 horse, who I put in second, because Do Whatever It Takes run second in that race. Then they try in the maiden 25. She's also coming out of that True Myth race. She finished 9th, beaten 8.5 lengths, whereas the 4 horse Palace Lights was 5th, beaten 5, and Palace Lights was more competitive throughout that race. Do Whatever It Takes was really never involved at any point in that race, so definitely advantage goes to the 4. So kind of boring in the 10th and final. Maybe boring will serve me well.
Well, let's talk about this for a minute, because we know as handicappers how often we're like, oh, we already made our selections, and we've kind of ignored that, oh, there's been a scratch, and one of the also eligibles drew in,
that's right.
and it ends up being the winner.
Right, because you don't spend as much time when you're handicapping the night before because you assume the horse is coming out.
Right.
I'm definitely guilty of that.
So what do you think about the 13 Fortune Dreams drawing in? Does this horse have a chance?
I mean, I think going to turf won't hurt her. I mean, she has not been good on dirt in her last few starts. And if you're one of those people, I think, some people differ on this, whether how much emphasis they look on a horse who's never been on turf, but they have synthetic form. I think it means something.
Yeah, they're not the same.
I kind of middle it.
They're not the same, but yes.
I kind of middle it, and I think for some horses, you'll see horses that are grass horses love the synthetic, and some horses you don't see the transition. Sometimes a synthetic horse doesn't like turf, and vice versa. So obviously those races mean more in the dirt. I think that's fair. And her best races were on the synthetic in the beginning of her career. I mean, she did run second at 9-1 in a 12-5 maiden claiming event at Gulfstream. So you would think the turf would be somewhat beneficial to her. On paper, I'll admit I did not dive into the pedigree like you do with a lot of the horses. I see Always Dreaming, your Derby one. I don't really think grass.
No, but I do think
Stephen got
out,
even.
She's been sprinting.
That's true. 2 turns you think would help, and she did run a good race, I guess, routing on dirt. She was second here in a maiden 10, so I can see using her. I don't think she's a strong win candidate in this race, but she is a monster price right now. I believe 25 to 1. In the end, I don't think the board's going to change much from where it is right now, and I'm going to go with the 4 Palace Lights over the 9 horse Sunny Ridge Jamie, and then the 7 Do Whatever It Takes. So pretty, 3. I think your 3 top choices are in my top 3 here in the last.
Well, we're going to enjoy the view. It is so beautiful in more ways than one. Thank you all for the hospitality here all weekend long. It has been such an honor to be with you as well, Mr. Carruthers. And so I will check you back at home on Wednesday from my little studio there. But just to reiterate, for this specific race, your top 3.
Let me see if I can do it off the top of my head. 4, 9. Ooh, I can't do it. Who did I have in third? 6? Is that who it is? 7. 4, 9, 7.
Okay, and
4,
I have
9, 7.
2, 11, 4 here in the 10th. And again, I'll see you back on Wednesday.
The horses onto the track post spreading forward today's 10th and final race as we close out day number 59 of the season. It's a $16,000 maiden claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. There'll be a mile and a 16th on turf. The turf is firm, the rail is 0 feet. Scratch 12 and 14. 12 and 14 are scratched. The 13 draws in, so we will have a full field of 12. Exact, the trifecta, superfecta, super high five wagering all available. They'll be at the post in 8 minutes. 8 minutes to post time. 2 minutes to post time. The horse is on the turf course, approaching the starting gate. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're 1 minute from post time. Horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 10th race. Field of 12 here to go. The mile and a 16th. 2-1 on the number 4 Palace Lights. Your post-time favorite. 5-2 on the number 10 Forever Again. Althena's moving forward to the inside draw. Terry T is going to be next, along with Sunny Ridge Jamie. Live racing back here at Tampa Bay Downs on Wednesday. We'll take a couple-day break. Hope you'll join us next Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, though, as our season continues on. Don't forget Florida Cup Day just a couple weeks away. Still got some great action throughout the season leading up to our closing day on Sunday, May 4th. We added that Sunday after Kentucky Derby Day. Do be aware of that as the schedule. Terry T up to gate 2, the rider out of the saddle. That's Cipriano Gill. Looks like Terry T's gone in. The horses toward the outside have all mostly loaded with the exception of Fortune Dreams. Terry T's been holding up the process for the inside runners. Now has gone in. Gamby, Palace Lights, they'll be the next two. Palace Lights in the Three Chimneys Farm colors, royal blue and red diamonds. Holder close, far above. Fortune Dreams going to be the final three. We're just about set for a start, ready to close the show on day 59. Festival week just about in the books. Far above, Sammy Camacho to gate 6, Fortune Dreams, and Furley Infante to the outside draw. Fortune Dreams going to be the last one to load. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Sunny Ridge Jamie was out of good order. Far above is close up Gamby, and also coming through Palace Lights, part of the early mix. It's going to be Gamby just in front of Sunny Ridge Jamie working over from the outside, extreme outside now. Here's Firedini moving up to join the front ranks as well. Gamby leads us by the wire the first time round. Firedini up to a clear second. Sunny Ridge Jamie now back third. Palace Lights forward toward the inside of the yellow cap. And behind that comes Forever Again, who races in fifth. Far above is inside of that one. Down along the fence, Terry T's racing in seventh. It's a length more then. Back to do whatever it takes in eighth. Althena's ninth to the inside with Holder close 10th. It's a length and a half more to a Fancy Solution in the pink colors, who's 11th. And Fortune Dreams is the trailer as Gamby at 99-1 leads him up the back stretch, 23-3. The opening quarter mile for Gamby, who has a 3-length lead to work with. Firedini, another long shot, is a clear second. It's 2.5 more then. Back to Palace Lights. Sunny Ridge Jamie right to that one's outside. Far above is now fifth, about 7 or 8 behind this long shot leader. Then comes Forever Again. Holder close is starting to launch a bid from the back as they head toward the far turn. 47-2 the opening half mile. Gamby going into the far turn, the lead still 3.5 to Firedini. A wall of horses in behind that, though. Palace Lights coming through. Far outside, Holder close is gaining some ground. Trying to move up is Sunny Ridge Jamie far above toward the inside. Gamby still has the lead at the quarter pole, but for how long? Here's Holder close up alongside. Holder close comes and grabs the lead. Far above, swings to the outside. Palace Lights took the rail run. Terry T is in behind horses, not without a chance. Holder close and Jorge Ordeneta, the leader, past the 8th pole. Far above on the outside, Palace Lights and Terry T, they're third and fourth. It's still Holder close. Far above on the outside, Holder close still in front. Holder close going to go on to win it here. Second ended up very close there between Palace Lights and far above. Terry T was fourth. Fifth was Forever Again. Five in a photo. 5, 4, 6, 2, and 10. Holder close to the winner's circle. Results now official, $11.60 on the win. Holder close is a 4-year-old bay filly by Solomini out of Adriatic Dream, bred in New York. Candy Janet Chavez, the winning owner. Nestor Casquier is the winning trainer. Jorge Ernaneda aboard for the winning ride. 9-2 victory here for Holder Close. Five four exact to 1460, trifecta 42.35. The dime super $103.01. Late double 1360. The pick 3 17.25. Late pick 4 $128.35. Late pick 5 $497.70. Ultimate 6 out of 6 $967.86. Nobody had the super high 5, so that'll carry over $2,948 to Wednesday's card. Again, live racing back Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week. We thank you for joining us for Festival Day through yesterday and, of course, the day today. Simulcasting continues downstairs in the main line. Of course, happy hour specials from 5 to 7 at Legends on the second floor and Silks on floor 3. We'll see you guys back on Wednesday. Good night, everyone.